You can leave it open the whole time if you want. Okay. Okay. It just comes down to if you like play it on the stream or something like that. Okay. No, I'm good to go.
Is there a 30-second thing you want to tell me, or you want me? I'll just say the name and you can.
Yeah, you can just get on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Higher Ground, and our very first speaker, Nicholas Carroll, is here to talk to you about From Help Desk to CISO. Let's give him a round of applause and get started.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me. You guys are the early riser crew, huh? Because we got the nice morning talks going. So, yeah, I'm Nicholas Carroll. I've done a little bit of everything in my career over the past 15, 20 years, and that includes going from help desk to CISO. And so today I'm here to talk a little bit about my journey and the kinds of skills that I built along the way and how they helped me get to that kind of role, if that's of interest to you all. But anyway, as I get started here, I want to see real quick, we've got a show of hands. Who here is in some sort of like IT support or help desk kind of capacity? 1, 2, 3, see a few hands there for, all right, some hands on this side, good. Who here is in security leadership already? Anybody at that level? Why are you here then? You know, you've completed today's homework. You can go home now. So, but no, thank you. When we get to questions and things at the end, you know, everybody's journeys are different in the way we do things. If you've got feedback or things you want to share, please, you know, yell it out and share. I'd love to hear other perspectives on things and how they can help, because everybody sharing can get people where they want to go, right? Because that's a nice thing to do. And final show of hands. There's been a lot of stuff in the news recently with layoffs and things happening, and a lot of the layoffs and stuff that we've been hearing about places like CrowdStrike and Microsoft and things. You know, they're saying like AI is making us more efficient, and that's why we don't need these people anymore. Is anyone in here concerned around AI and the continuation of your current jobs or getting jobs and how that kind of is going to impact things? We got some hands coming up so far. That's a good third or so of the room for hands there. So I'll start with kind of the elephant in the room here, right? Like you all are, you're in good company on that, you know. Pew Research has done a poll recently, and in their poll they found about 32% of people were believing that AI would lead to fewer jobs, right? And that is something that we may see bear out, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case on things. but also generally about half of respondents were worried about the impact of AI in general and what it could mean for the industries and for their jobs, and not just in tech and cyber, but in all kinds of jobs, right? There's AI for law now, there's AI for retail, there's AI for your lawnmower, everything's got AI, it's kind of the way it's going. But I think that we're gonna wind up seeing overall a bit of a backswing and a boon in a lot of this stuff, right? One of the things that we always have to remember is that AI isn't magic. It's still servers and cables and data centers and all the stuff, the tech that we have to protect. And so there will be jobs specific to these things that will be made out of that. But then there are places that are still hiring, right? Maybe not necessarily in the traditional space we think of when we think of tech with like Microsoft and Apple and all of the big exciting names, but there's tons of jobs still out there. So my company, I think, is a good example of this. I work for a company called Nightwing. We are technically in the defense space, right? So we support, all kinds of federal contracts and commercial clients that are really interested in strong offensive and defensive cyber stuff. And we're investing heavily in AI and automation right now because we have to, right? Our adversaries are doing it and we have to be able to answer that call. But my company is about $2 billion a year in revenue, a couple thousand employees across 36 locations, I think, across the country, right? Plus remote stuff. And we have literally hundreds of jobs on our job site right now. Even though we are investing in AI and automation, we're still trying to hire because we still need people to help make our AI and automation better and to help us staff into a lot of these roles in tech and cyber adjacent stuff. And it's not just my company as a really good example here, right? The reality is that there are tech jobs in everything now. A lot of people get kind of into the mindset of, well, tech is the big tech players and things like that. But realistically, tech is everywhere. Your local bank has an uncontrollable tech stack. Your local school system has an uncontrollable tech stack. Your local hospital has an uncontrollable tech stack. They are getting into this stuff, they're pushing forward on things, and they are drowning because of it. Right now, my team does a lot of cyber threat intelligence stuff. One of the biggest things we track is who is getting hit by ransomware. Manufacturing is the top impacted industry so far this year in ransomware attacks. Manufacturing, then IT, then construction, finance, healthcare, retail, government. All of these organizations are getting eaten alive from a cyber defense perspective, and they know it. We're starting to see large investments into all kinds of positions and tools and things from healthcare clients, from finance clients, from government clients. And so the kinds of jobs that we're doing probably aren't going to be for like CrowdStrike and things like that realistically. It's taking CrowdStrike and the stuff that's out there and making it work for these other industries, right? So there's a lot of jobs out there. We just have to dig a little bit harder sometimes now. The Bureau of Labor Statistics actually tracks and predicts like what are going to be the fastest growing jobs and stuff. And they don't necessarily have like the cleanest titles for things. They have this tendency to put things into like giant buckets. But if you look at the projected 10-year growth and the median salaries for positions, the kinds of stuff that people in this room are probably interested in doing, like data scientists, information security analysts, computer and information systems researchers, are still predicted to be some of the largest growing jobs. Because you still have to partner with AI and work with it to make it better and get it going good. And speaking of fast-growing jobs, the Bureau of Labor Statistics doesn't really have a clean CISO category per se, or information security manager position, but they do lump that under computer and information systems managers. So your ISM, your CISO, all of those kinds of security management roles wind up in this bucket. And right now, they're still predicting about 17% growth, hundreds of thousands of jobs in this category over the next 10 years, because somebody has to manage this stuff across all of the industries. Cybersecurity exists everywhere, and it's part of our lives and everything we do. So if you want one of these kinds of jobs, there's a good chance that you will be able to get one. There will be jobs for you to do and go get. One of the nice things, too, is the Bureau of Labor Statistics includes a little tab on their site that says, how to become one of these. So if you're interested in becoming a computer and information systems manager, you can click on that tab and find not a whole lot of information. It basically boils down to get a bachelor's degree and then shrug your shoulders, right? Like there's not a clear path here. And that's a little bit of a challenge for us then, because it's like, well, how do we define your journey and your path to becoming an information securities leader, right? Like, how do you get there? Just get experience and get a bachelor's. It's not that easy, right? If you're familiar with NIST, they have their NICE framework for cataloging all kinds of cybersecurity roles and jobs and putting them into neat little buckets and helping you define key areas that you'll have to understand in these different capacities. And that's great too, to look at and be like, oh, okay, what kinds of domains do I have to understand? What kinds of techniques and technologies am I gonna have to understand? But again, it doesn't really lay out like a path for you. It just kind of says like, well, here's some stuff, right? Get learning. There is a site run by a nonprofit called CyberSeek. Cyberseek.org does give you a little bit more of an idea of a path. For them, the CISO role would fall under the cybersecurity manager bucket, right? Which they predict will grow and yada yada and all the good stuff. And they give you some stuff that you can go here. But one of the nice things is you can actually dig through and get an idea of like, hey, what kind of certifications will actually help me achieve this role? Or what kind of roles and skills will I have to have for this role, right? You can kind of pull these things together and you can actually navigate from feeder roles like IT support or networking or dev and into these parts of cyber, right? So from there, IT support to cybersecurity specialist to cybersecurity analyst or consultant to manager. It is this nice little linear progression of things that goes along the lines that you can follow to help get an idea of what your career trajectory might be. But, it's one of the things that I find a little frustrating with the tool is that if you select the mid-level or the advanced level for a lot of the stuff, or like manager and things, you'll notice that it highlights a couple of feeder roles that they recommend, like networking or software dev, but it leaves out IT support. And realistically, IT support is a perfectly valid feeder role to go to CISO or anything else. Any of these feeder roles, anything over here from this side, is a great way to break into cyber or break into tech and get your feet wet and get going so you can actually start moving left to right and up the chain on whatever you want to do. And I would also let you know and highlight the fact that, there are more than just manager titles at the end of your career progression. Becoming a CISO isn't necessarily everything, and it may not necessarily be the thing that you actually want to do in the end. It's an exciting title, and it's cool, but engineer, architect, all these other pathways are really perfectly valid, and for a lot of people, may be a lot more fun. So think about that as you're kind of going through things and figuring out where you want to go, whether management is actually the thing you want over doing something more technical. The other thing that I don't like necessarily about these tools is I think they're great for giving you a general idea and a mapping, but they're very linear, right? It's very left to right, and there's times they're kind of the way things go. And it's good as a guide, but realistically, most people's career pathways don't go so straightforward. You've got ups and downs and lefts and rights, and you'll bounce back and forth between different roles and things. It winds up looking like a family circus comic by the time you're done with it, right? It goes all over the place. And being a CISO isn't necessarily the end of it, right? I held that title for a while, and that's not my title currently. You will move back and forth and up and down as you go, and that's perfectly valid. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with deciding that you don't necessarily like something or something may be better for you. It's about finding what you enjoy and doing it so that you don't necessarily wind up in a situation where you run into burnout. So I'm Nicholas Carroll. As I mentioned on the first title slide, I have done a little bit of everything from help desk to CISO. And before I was help desk, I was not even in tech for a while, right? I've done all kinds of different things over the years. I work for a company called Nightwing, and I put our careers link up there earlier. And when I share the PDF of this on LinkedIn later, you can go look at that. Or you can Google Nightwing jobs, and hopefully you don't get the DC comic carrier trying to look at your resume. You actually get our jobs website if you want to look at some stuff there. But we support Fortune 500s and government stuff and things like that, and we're hiring currently. But also, there are plenty of companies here at this conference who are looking for talent and hiring as well. So make sure you connect with them. There will be Intuits here. Adobe has a booth out there in the back. Every year I'm here, Adobe is out there looking for people and hiring and recruiting, and it's great. It's a good place to be to connect with people and share and learn more. So how did I go from help desk to CISO? Let me share a little bit of my actual journey and what I did, right? So I was young, and I got my AA degree, right? And I was in college, and I was like, well, I want to do political science and foreign affairs. So that's what I was doing at Florida State University. And I started working at FSU in a couple research positions and OPS like part-time jobs and things. That's where I finally started working. And eventually I decided that, no, I kind of hate this. I burned out on my bachelor's degree and I bombed out of FSU for a while. And so I wound up with just an AA, which confused recruiters for the longest time of how do you have an AA from FSU? Like, I didn't even know they did that. But it's like, no, I didn't finish, right? I got to year 3 and was like, this isn't for me. So I left school and I got a job at Home Depot. And I pushed shopping carts for like half a year. And eventually, from pushing shopping carts, I got to know some of the interior parts of the store better on electrical and plumbing and things, and I got promoted to actually working in those areas. And in those areas, I learned a little bit about being hands-on and tinkering with things, but I had a manager who was old school, the customer is always right kind of customer service. And so I learned customer service skills at Home Depot. We had to make sure everything was right, and we were taking care of our customers, and we were doing things well. Customer service is one of those skills you will need to build on your way to becoming a security leader and manager, because everyone inside and outside of your company is a customer. So you will want to grow that at some point. After I worked at Home Depot and I learned customer service and things, I actually got a job at U-Haul. And I took my customer service skills there, and they were like, well, we want you to be a mechanic. Well, we want you to be a mechanic on our trucks and trailers, but also somebody who will service people's towing systems on their trucks and things that they bring to us. So we want your customer service skills. And they're going to teach you how to troubleshoot and diagnose things. So at Home Depot, I learned customer service, and at U-Haul, I learned troubleshooting. So customer service plus troubleshooting equals help desk, because that's literally what that job is. And in fact, I got my first help desk job at the college I bombed out of at Florida State University. I actually wound up working there at that time. I got my job on help desk, and that exposed me to networking, because there was an enterprise networking team, and we were constantly going around, and it was always an argument of, is it the network or is it the computer? And so I learned how to do Wireshark and all the things so we could prove who was wrong and who was right, and eventually that got me into networking, and I got my Net Plus and my CCNA, and I got moved into a networking role with a state agency for a while. And I did that there, and then I went to work for a small company that had its own small data center doing networking for them, and there I got into firewalls and things, and it's like, this is neat. I like this kind of stuff. But I didn't really understand what those alerts meant. Why are we getting told that we've got 10 quadrillion packets a day coming from China trying to do some sort of brute force attack thing? What does this mean? What do we do? So I went from networking, I got my CEH, I got my SEC Plus, and I started getting more into security. And I went to security administration, doing EDR work, doing firewall work, doing the actual security administration side of things, and learning how that works and how to apply defenses to different systems. Once I learned how to apply defenses to different systems, I got into my first security management job. And it was literally a small company that needed somebody who understood, like, hey, how do you apply this stuff for HIPAA? And I was like, well, I got my healthcare IT technician certification, so I have some understanding of HIPAA, and I have some understanding of security automation and security pieces. They're like, that's great. We're going to give you a job in this. I didn't last very long there. That was not a great place to be, but I learned a bunch about management and actually what management means and how to do people management and interactions in the short time that I was there. And that served me pretty well, but I was like, I kind of don't like this environment. And so I bounced out of there and I wound up in auditing. And I actually wound up doing auditing for the state of Florida in election cyber operations. So I was part of a team that actually was traveling the state, looking at elections infrastructure and trying to figure out what's good and what's bad, and how do we make things actually look good and work the way we want them to. And from that position, I started doing that, looking at like local government stuff and things like that. And then I was like, I turned my eyes to the state government stuff, and I was like, hey, by the way, if you guys want to match what we were doing there, we should do this and this and this. And so I was communicating and managing up a little bit to some elected officials. And they liked the fact that I was willing to speak truth to power and bring them that information. And I was presenting it to them in ways they could understand, because I was not using technical jargon all the time. And they were like, that's great. We want you to be our security leader. And so I got promoted to being the CISO for the Florida Department of State, doing the election cyber operations. And I did a lot of the election cyber architecture for the state of Florida for a while. And this is fun, and I did these things. And eventually they were like, oh, we like what you're doing here. Could you do it for the rest of tech? And I was like, okay, I guess. And so I wound up becoming essentially the chief technology officer over about 50 employees, doing dev, network, help desk, security for the state, everything. And at this point, the job stopped being so hands-on and fun, and it started being a lot of PowerPoints and budgets and arguing and crisis communication. And it's one of those things where it's like, wow, these are the skills you have to have as a CISO. I'm really tired of getting calls from the FBI at 7 p.m. at night. I think I want a break. And so a buddy of mine actually, told me like, oh, we've got an opening and stuff like that. So like, that sounds interesting. So at this point in the chain, I actually went back and got my bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. It only took me almost 20 years from the time that I originally bombed out to really do it. And then I moved into a more technical management role where I'm at now at Nightwing, where I lead a team of very self-driven people who are doing a lot of cyber threat intelligence and incident response work and helping to assist SOC workflows. And now we're starting to get into doing a lot of AI and cyber defense projects. So we're doing, a lot of automation workflows and things that we're putting together, and we're working on training agents for things that we can incorporate into the SOC to lighten the burden of the rest of the stuff that we're doing. And that's what I'm doing now. And it's really interesting. I like it. I get to build stuff. It's more technical, and it's fun. That doesn't mean I probably won't go back to a CISO style role in the future. I probably will. It just means that right now, what I'm like doing and what I am doing is a little bit more hands-on technical management with a team of self-driven professionals, where I have to focus less on the budget or on, employee relations and things like that. The kinds of things you'll have to do as a CISO, but aren't necessarily always that exciting, right? So technical skills aren't everything. Like I said, customer service, project management, leadership, those are all the kinds of things you'll need there. In the How to Become One on the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they kind of hint at this. They mention leadership skills and communication skills, but literally it's like a bullet point. They don't really give you a whole lot of guidance on how do I get those or what do I do. It's just kind of like, yeah, you'll need this. Figure it out. And the same thing on CyberSeek, right? It's just a bullet point. You need project management and risk management. Again, not tons of information on how or why or where do we go to get those things. They just kind of are. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you want those kinds of things and you want to build those skills, you need an MBA. Everyone in here who wants to be a security leader needs an MBA. And not the degree, right? Don't worry about that part. I'm not actually talking about that. What you need to do is master, build, and articulate, right? The actual skills you will have aren't necessarily going to come from a degree. Degrees are great, and you should get one if you want one, but it's not the end-all be-all. They're not going to teach you the specifics of how to handle crisis communications for cybersecurity in a degree program. You're going to have to learn some of that on the line, in the line of fire doing it, right? But you will need to be able to go in and talk about things and really be a master of technical skills and domains. You're going to have to understand a lot of IT and technology and how it interrelates and how it works and what all those pieces are. And you're going to be able to master business and finance, because you're going to have to be able to take those technical skills and translate them to people who don't understand them, right? They understand risk and dollars, and so you have to be able to speak risk and dollars. You're going to have to build your network and your connections. Realistically, a lot of these jobs, especially at the top, aren't posted to job boards. They come from recruiters who find you on LinkedIn. They come from connections you make at conferences and things. Building trust and connecting people will get you a long way when you're trying to move into those high-level positions, but not just outside of your own company, right? You need to build opportunities to practice leadership inside of where you're at right now, because leadership is a skill, and it takes time to develop. You have to work on it, and you have to do that in ways that don't necessarily always happen at the lower levels in IT and tech stuff. You don't get a lot of leadership things. You have to make it and articulate. Your ability to communicate and storytell is what's going to land you a lot of your higher level jobs in management and help you do these things, right? I became a CISO because my secret weapon was PowerPoint. That's how it goes. And then eventually you're going to have to get into being able to do things like crisis communications and proper executive presentations, right? Really, you're mastering business acumen. You're mastering all parts of the business, not necessarily from a degree, but from the kinds of skills you build along your journey. In my journey, I learned customer service at Home Depot. I learned troubleshooting at U-Haul. I learned technical skills at each step of the way that I got a new certification or I leveled up a job. And when I combined all those things together, it eventually wound up putting me into a leadership role, right? Where I could be working with more of the overall business. So a couple more specific things then, right? So mastering technical skills and certifications. You're going to have to understand a lot of tech stuff, and you're going to have to be able to show that you can understand a lot of tech stuff. I know degrees and certifications can sometimes be a hot button issue or a little controversial, but they do have their place, especially in your journey on these things. See, because here's one of the things that happens. I, as a security leader, write a job description. And I hand that job description to a recruiter or an HR specialist who has no background in tech or cyber and no idea what any of these things mean. And they are the ones who do a lot of the initial screenings, and they post the jobs and are looking through stuff. And so what happens then is they don't want to bring you people all the time to their security leaders that may not necessarily understand things or have some way to validate that you do know that thing, right? And that's really what some of the value comes from certifications. One of it is literally you learn stuff, which is really good to do, and you should always be doing that. But the other part of it is you get that credential that helps you pass those initial gatekeeping points for HR and recruiters. Because now they're more comfortable making the recommendation for you because you have a CISP or a CISM or whatever else, right? You have something that backs your knowledge in that domain. So that's where that value comes from, is that it kind of serves as a checkpoint that non-technical recruiting staff can use to help feed you into more exciting technical roles. You're going to have to master a lot of stuff in GRC too, governance, risk, and compliance, especially your frameworks, your NIST, your ISO, your COBIT, all that stuff, because you're going to have to be able to manage the governance of your organization, right? You're going to have to actually be able to apply best practices and things. You know, for us, when we were doing it in elections, we did the CIS framework for critical controls. So it's like I can map this to NIST or HIPAA or whatever you want, but it's an easy breakdown checklist that I can go through with everybody. You can take that same concept and idea and put that to any job you're doing right now. You can start dabbling in governance a little bit. Take that kind of stuff to your boss now and be like, hey, by the way, have you seen this best practice thing? Or have you seen this compliance thing? Show them that you're interested in that kind of stuff if you want to grow that way. But I will tell you that when it comes down to it, experience does beat all. Certifications, degrees, and things will help you get your foot in the door. Time spent doing these roles and your ability to communicate that you have done the role is going to be what helps you open and get the next job, right? And get you that next piece up. Being able to show that, yes, I was new to cyber, I got my degree, and I got a junior SOC analyst role, or I got a help desk role, or I got a thing. You know, you have time in seat that makes you valuable and proves that if you're doing things, that's going to go a long way. Business and finance, I hope you like Excel, because it's going to become a large part of your job. You're going to know pivot tables like nobody's business by the time you're done with this stuff, right? The CRM systems, the stuff the business uses, you're going to have to get familiar with that. You understand how to manage a budget, because what's going to happen as a security leader is the board is going to come to you and say, hey, you've got $500,000 this year for salary, and you've got $250,000 this year for security licensing and tool sets. And it's going to be your responsibility to make it all work. And so you have to be able to track and show what you're doing and why, but then you actually have to be able to take this information and turn it into something that they can consume. Metrics matter. Things like mean time to detect, mean time to respond, they may not necessarily sound exciting for things, but when the board comes to you at the end of the year and says, how did you spend our money and why should we continue to invest in you? Being able to back that up with proper numbers on, hey, look, that firewall we bought, it blocked 500,000 things right here. It blocked 500,000 things right there. This analyst that we invested in training for, look at this incident response thing that they were able to do. They stopped the ransomware incident. So instead of paying $10 million to recover, we paid for one person's salary and we were golden, right? You have to be able to translate all of the stuff that you're doing into dollars and cents that they understand, and then show it to them through metrics in easy to read and easy to understand bytes, so you can speak their language. Build your network, right? You will have to build a network of people that you're working with on stuff. LinkedIn isn't just for shameless self-promotion. You can use it to actually find your local groups to connect with, the people that you actually need to be working with in your area to get the next leg up on what you want to do, right? Find your local connections. Find your chapter of like the Cyber Breakfast Club or your ISACA chapter or IC2 chapter or whatever, right? Find those groups, connect with them, go to their meetings, meet with them. Actually start getting face-to-face interaction with people. When you want to be a leader, you have to be likable. People will have to want to work with you, and people want to work with people they know and trust. And so if they know your face and they've shaken your hand, they are more likely to want to hire you or promote you into doing something, right? So do that around your area, do that around wherever you're going for things, build that network out, but build your internal connections as well. Start to build trust across teams. Make sure that other parts of the business kind of know your name, right? Volunteer for cross-functional projects or volunteer to go and sit with another team for a while and learn how they're doing things so they know that you care and that you're interested and you can help translate things to their needs and you understand their pain points. And honestly, try to find a mentor in a lot of this stuff too, right? Like I did Proving Ground a couple years ago, and they partnered me up with a mentor to help me prepare my talk on things, and that helped a lot. Finding a mentor really works. It helps you kind of build a connection and grow, but it helps you understand different ways the paths work. My journey is mine. That other CISO's journey will be different. And the journey you might have to take to reach CISO in another organization is going to be completely yours. And so getting outside perspective from multiple mentors and experiences can help you shape what you need to do to get where you want to go. And especially if you're at a lower level, build opportunities for leadership, right? When you're on help desk, they don't usually come to you and say, here's a $500,000 project, I need you to manage the whole thing, right? Like that's not gonna happen. You're going to have to find and make those opportunities for yourself to show that you can be a leader. So volunteer for smaller stuff, right? New APs come in, volunteer to lead deploying those. They got new desktops in, volunteer to lead actually imaging them, right? All of those little things that you're doing, you're starting to build the leadership skills that you need to grow into a larger management or leadership style position. Leadership is a skill. You have to practice it. And it's built on a bunch of other skills like customer service, emotional intelligence, project management, flexibility, all kinds of stuff, right? It's the kind of stuff that you will learn and grow through practice in your day-to-day operations if you're volunteering to actually take on stuff and kind of guide things. You don't have to be bossy. You don't get in there and be like, this is the right way and we're doing it this way, right? You just volunteer to be like, hey boss, so instead of you having to have that mental load of putting out these desktops, I'll put it in a spreadsheet and help track it for you, right? Like show that you're interested in doing that kind of leadership and getting started on it and show that you want to do those kinds of things. But also be willing to embrace accidental leadership. There are going to be times where you're kind of standing on the deck of the ship and no one is at the wheel, and while the ship is still going in a direction, it's starting to list in the wrong way, and nobody wants to grab the wheel that's spinning because they're afraid they'll get hurt. Don't be afraid to just stick your hand out and grab the wheel and help give some direction back to things, right? Don't be afraid to volunteer your opinion or your input on stuff. And again, you don't have to do this in a way that is pushy or mean. You can just raise your hand and say, hey, I've got an idea. You know, why don't we try this? Why don't we do that? Volunteer some ideas, volunteer some information out there, and start showing that you want to guide things. Embrace those opportunities where there is no leader there, and you can kind of step up and go, okay, I think maybe we should try X. Doing that kind of stuff will get you recognition internally, and it will help you build the types of stories you need to be able to tell when you're in an interview. Because when you're in an interview for a leadership position, they're going to ask you things like, tell me about a time you saved a project or whatever. And you need to be able to speak to that from experience, and those are the times that you can actually get that experience. Articulation. I'm telling you right now, storytelling is the biggest thing in business, right? Your ability to actually craft a narrative and help people understand and be interested in something, you're going to be a storyteller in these types of roles. You're going to be talking to people that have no background in security and no understanding of this stuff, and you have to take this super thing that they think is dry and boring, and you have to get them amped about it. You have to get them excited to give you $1 million for a firewall. That takes a really good story. So you have to be able to talk about things in ways they understand and things they want to hear and talk about and see, right? There's a book, and I've had some books on the slides that you've seen, and I'll be sharing the slides out later, but there's a book called Made to Stick by Chip Heath, which is all about communicating things that can be a little bit difficult or things that people don't necessarily want to understand. I highly recommend giving it a read. It's actually not that hard of a read overall. It was pretty quick. But it can help you kind of wrap your head around, like, how do I start communicating some of these weird things or these extraneous things that people don't want to listen to, right? How do I get people to remember that security is important? You want to make sure you're communicating that stuff out. And practice storytelling. You know, get up and speak at a conference. Like I said, I did Proving Ground a couple years ago. It was great. They gave me a mentor, someone who had done Black Hat and DEF CON before, and they taught me a little bit better about how to make my slides better, and they taught me a little bit better about how to speak better and how to get in front of people, right? Don't be afraid to get up there and talk about stuff. Even if you don't think you have something to share, you really do. You have some different perspective, or you've done something differently, or you've learned something that you can be sharing, and by practicing sharing that, you're building your public speaking skills that you're going to need to be able to get up in front of a boardroom and tell your story, right? Same thing with, there's an organization called Toastmasters, right? And you probably have a local chapter. All they do is help people get better at public speaking. You actually write little scripts and things, and you go out and you practice and critique, and you get better at getting in front of people and being comfortable on stage and doing that, because it is a very critical skill in communication to be able to stand up in front of a boardroom or stand up in front of a conference or stand up anywhere and speak your voice. That is something you're going to have to do a lot, and you want to be comfortable with it. And there's a book by Jeffrey Brown called The Security Leader's Communication Playbook. Another really good read, too, for helping to translate security things to other aspects of the business, right? Because they don't speak security, but you have to make them understand it if you want to defend them. They look at security as a cost center. It's something they don't want to spend money on. And you have to convince them that it is actually something that's going to either save them money or generate money through your defensive actions. If they understand that and you convince them of that, then they will open the coffers and fund your programs. And you got to be ready for the stuff you don't want to do necessarily. Crisis communications, executive communications. Don't make boring slides. Don't give people a wall of text. There's if you ever work with someone who probably came from a military background, there's a concept known as death by PowerPoint, where it's like, here's our PowerPoint slide, and it's just like 17 bullets in tiny, tiny font, and it's like, wow, you tried to put it all there, and it's going to take me 3 days to read this thing, and I've got 30 seconds to read the slide from across the boardroom. It doesn't work, right? Visualizing data, putting stuff into charts and graphs, making it things that people can see and understand, giving them reference points, goes a long way. And break your slide up a little bit too, right? Give some visual balance to things. When people see charts and things, they kind of start to understand a little bit, or at least they can understand, you know, what is up and down and what's good and bad a little bit better, even if they don't fully understand all the security concepts. You want to make sure they can visualize that data. I have a little bit of an unfair advantage in some of this. My wife has a BFA in graphic design and a master's in communications. And while she doesn't make my slides or anything like that, she talks about that stuff nonstop. And so I've had to like hear about Pantone colors and all these things that it's like, oh boy, it just kind of starts rubbing off. You can just go out and find some really nice templates online for PowerPoint that will start giving you ideas of what makes a good visualization, or how should I be visualizing this thing, or how should I be showing it in a slide, or how should I be breaking up my slides. You don't have to be married to someone who will not stop talking about art all the time, right? Like, you can go out and just find some examples and start leading from there. And make sure when you put stuff down, you are translating it to risk and dollars. Because the people who control the purse strings in the business understand risk, opportunity, and money. And so you want to make sure that that's the way that you communicate, because that's the language that business speaks. So if you can communicate that to them, they will be understanding, and they will be more likely to want to work with you on stuff. And then, honestly, this one's a little hard, but you need to practice having difficult conversations, because it's going to happen. A system is going to fail. A threat actor is going to get in, and you have to be able to get up in front of the boardroom or get up in front of people and say, whoops, here's how we're going to fix it, right? Like, it just happens. You have to be comfortable and confident in that situation. And if you're comfortable and confident when the worst has happened and you're able to do that, they're more likely to follow your path out when you try to guide them where they need to go. So you want to be able to communicate to them, and you only really get that through practice. If your organization does tabletop exercises, Practice crisis communications as part of the tabletop. Bring in your comms team to help you, right? Run stuff by them, work with them on stuff. Get them involved in it so they're part of it, and so you can see how it works, and you can try to practice some of it yourself. So that when it eventually does happen, because a breach is gonna happen, it's inevitable, you're okay communicating that thing. Finally, I'm gonna leave you with this last little bit here, that honestly, being CISO isn't everything. Like I said, architect, engineer, developer, there are tons of amazing career tracks and pathways that you can go to. And CISO and security leadership tends to be a very high risk, somewhat high reward, but high burnout position, right? When something goes wrong, it's your fault and you're the problem and you're probably gonna get swapped, right? That's kind of the way it goes for a lot of stuff. But you can kind of help mitigate some of that through good communication and working through things. But think about what you really want and whether you want to be doing budgeting and whether you want to be doing people management and things, or you want to be doing more technical stuff or more development stuff, and apply that towards the actual pathway you want to follow. So anyway, that's my presentation. I appreciate you all coming. If you've got questions or things, you can feel free to shout them out. If not, I'll be kind of hanging out over here for a minute. Just come up and chat.
doing a horrible job taking a picture.
He's like, now? Don't you bring him here to like help you?
Yes. So, he just doesn't know how to use my computer. Delete this. All right. Okay, without further ado, the one and only Heather Morris is going to talk to us about leveraging, aka hacking, your network to help you in your career journey. Let's give a round of applause.
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Heather Morris. I'm the Director of Recruiting for a company called Red Horse Corporation. I have been in the GovCon talent industry for a little over a decade. And today we're going to talk about networking, why it's important, why a lot of you are here today. Can you not hear me? How about now? Yeah? Okay. I'll start over. My name's Heather Morris. I'm the Director of Recruiting for Red Horse Corporation. I've been in the GovCon talent industry for a little over a decade. I'm excited to be here and be talking about networking. It's something that I'm really passionate about. Reason why many of you are probably here today at BSides in Vegas. So we'll kind of dive into it. And yeah, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to stop me throughout. So the introduction, building meaningful connections, relationships, it helps you stay informed about not only job opportunities, but also industry trends. It fosters collaborations and really helps with your overall professional development. But why cybersecurity? Like, why is it so important in cyber? Specifically, you know, cybersecurity is an industry that's constantly evolving with new threats, new technologies. It feels like every 6 months it's just a change in technologies that y'all are utilizing. So professionals need to stay up to date with the emerging trends and advancements. So with that, there's also a significant demand for cybersecurity professionals. So networking helps you really tap into those job opportunities and the market in general, and just help you stay ahead of those industry shifts that I mentioned. Cybersecurity professionals often work in team-based collaborative environments. So networking helps facilitate those relationships and enhance teamwork and enable knowledge sharing. So it's really an opportunity to meet people face to face, shake hands, let them know who you are versus just somebody that they might see on socials, and collaborate. Last and my absolute favorite thing that we'll talk about here is building your professional network helps you not only with job opportunities, but also insights and mentorship. Mentorship is something that I think is huge within this space, so we will dive into that as well. Overall, networking plays a key role in staying competitive and developing your career in cybersecurity. So the why. Yes, top of mind is obviously job opportunities, but it's important to network because most roles in tech and in the cyber community are really filled through referrals and word of mouth. So getting out there, meeting people is really going to help you have that competitive edge versus being one of the 1,000 people that apply to a job that's on LinkedIn. Putting yourself out there and networking in the right spaces, you could gain a mentor that can help you support your career. Networking provides valuable knowledge about the latest tools, best practices, emerging trends, like I mentioned. And it could lead to new partnerships, new research opportunities, or projects. Specifically with job enhancement, visibility in the cybersecurity community, power of personal recommendations, and internal referrals, and continuing learning through knowledge exchange. So you're coming to a conference like BSides and beyond. Many of you probably are going to Black Hat, DEF CON, things of that nature. So it's important when you're coming to these events to try to have a plan in place. Before the event, during the event, and after the event as well. So before you head to an event, first, make sure, obviously, the events that you attend align with your interests or background. Conferences and meetups are the ideal location to meet like-minded people. You can find formal or informal opportunities at these kind of events. It's a matter of your comfortability and how you get out there. I think everyone in this room should be proud of their own personal growth by just being here, honestly. How to ensure that you're getting the most out of an event. First, we want to prepare personally. Think about what you want to get out of the event. Is it just to nerd out? Is it to meet more like-minded people, to learn about new technologies, find a new job? Whatever it is, come into an event with that mindset. It'll drive what kind of sessions you attend, what kind of breakouts you participate in, and really help drive your overall experience. You always want to make sure you have I like to call it an elevator pitch, but explaining who you are, what you do, and really what you're looking for. And then research the event. Don't just show up to an event. Make sure you know who's speaking, who's attending. Plan on when and where you want to stop by booths, listen to talks, participate in activities. This will ensure you're maximizing your time at the event and also just being on the grounds. During the event, I strongly recommend that you approach every conversation with the aim to learn and connect versus what can I get out of this conversation? It's fair to have that mindset, but what if you could help them? What if you could make an impact on that individual that you're speaking with? You'll hear me talk about it a little bit more in depth as these slides go on, but networking is a two-way street. So, the conversation could also help change your mind, give you a different perspective on the way you want to take your career. So definitely try not to be tunnel visioned and always come at the avenue or the perspective of how can I help or what can I learn from this. Get engaged, be present, participate in all the things. Get outside of your comfort zone. I'm sure everyone in this room has heard the phrase, learning and growing happens outside of your comfort zone. So get out there. Even if you fail, it's still nice to try and challenge yourself. I know that at these events, they have a lot of different, hack this, hack that. So get out there and showcase your interests and specialties in general. During the event, every opportunity you get is to stop by as many networking lounges, mingles, happy hours that you could attend within your time. They're really unique opportunities to meet people that are here specifically for networking. You never know who you'll meet. After the event, follow up with your connections you made during your time at the event. I highly recommend personalized LinkedIn connections. It's a great way to solidify the connection that you made and really bring it full circle and open additional conversations. When reaching out, be sure to note some specific points that might help the individual remember you. As I'm sure many of you here you probably talk to a lot of people, so it's important to be able to set yourself apart from all the other conversations, and then stay engaged and continue supporting them through their socials as well. Like their stuff, share their stuff, and just ultimately be mindful, and that will come full circle and be impactful. Networking on platforms is a wonderful place to network and meet more like-minded individuals. First, let's talk about LinkedIn. Obviously, it's the number one. It's the bread and butter of networking. First thing, make sure your profiles are up to date. Professional, and showcase all of your skill sets. If you get a new certification, make sure that's on there, and all of your experience, obviously. Making sure that it's up to date is going to ensure that people can find you and know really what you have to offer and what you have going on. LinkedIn is not supposed to be a super confidential site. So ensure your settings allow people to share and engage with the stuff that you have posted as well. Or if you are open to the job market and you turn on that badge, make sure that people are able to share your profiles and your posts. That's what it's all about, networking. Engage with individuals and their posts that you find insightful or you think your personal network would find useful. Remember that you are a professional in your field, so advocate for things that you feel are right and impactful. Engage with individuals and posts that you find insightful. Advocate. When I say engage, I don't mean just liking something here and there. I mean also posting your own content, being original. Tag organizations, groups, individuals within your network that may have helped you write the post. Having those tags and hashtags will really help further your reach within the LinkedIn community. And participate in discussions and comments. If you like something someone says, give your 2 cents, your feedback. I think people really appreciate that, and celebrate your successes. Celebrate other people's successes in your networks. As I mentioned on my previous slide, and yes, I'm going to say it again, when you send a connection request, ensure you personalize the message. Especially when it comes to thought leaders, recruiters, things of that nature. We get several connections that may not be relevant to our personal networks. So by saying something personal, we're able to connect that and bring that full circle. We want you in our network, but we want it to make sense as well and kind of take out all the noise that we might get. On a final note, join LinkedIn groups. I feel like this is an avenue of LinkedIn that is highly overlooked on the platform, but there's no better way to find a group of like-minded individuals that maybe isn't a coworker that you work with or somebody that you meet on at BSides, right? But it's a great place to find folks that have the core interests that relate to you. And it's also a good way to learn from thought leaders within your industry. On other social media platforms like X or Instagram, I really recommend taking these platforms and utilizing them as a meaningful circle, right, that you can learn from. Stay engaged in conversations so that your name is out there in the community. Beyond connections, you can search related hashtags that will have posts related to the topic that you're interested for. For example, hashtag InfoSec, hashtag Blue Team. Use it to keep up with trends and insights. These platforms are great for informational and really being able to grow in that way, and also engaging with these people. I'm sure if you find somebody that you connect with and is a great person that you want to continue having a network with, you'll connect with them on LinkedIn, and I'm sure that's where the conversations will really flow. But it's a great way to meet new people. I have talked a lot about engaging and being active, but how, right? It's more than just building an online presence. It's really about your personal brand within cybersecurity and really beyond. You know, when you have an online presence and you're connecting with people, you have a brand, right? Yes, you're advocating for your organization that you work for, but you as an individual have a lot to offer within the space that you're a professional in. So when it comes to your expertise, I guarantee you that there's people out there that want to learn from you, want to grow with you. So there's several things you can do to stand out, from writing blog posts, creating your own portfolio outside of LinkedIn, things like GitHub, or simply contributing your own thought leadership through industry forums. There's a lot of different ways to get your name out there and to make an impact. The more you stay engaged and share accomplishments, you'll see it come full circle, and individuals will reach out to you with opportunities. But it's worth taking the time and putting yourself out there to engage in these communities. How to approach networking. It's so easy to go to a networking event or conference and immediately beeline for the reason that you're there, whether that's jobs, partnerships, or mentorship. However, it is so important to remember that networking is so much more than that. It is about relationship building. Keep their approach to be building genuine relationships. When you meet somebody, it's so easy to just be like, how is this person going to help me grow within my career? Which is fair. I think that's a totally fair thing to think. But building that relationship, meaningful connections take time. Listen when you're talking with individuals. A buzzword that resonates me as a recruiter is by identifying pain points. Networking is not a one-way street. By understanding others and the challenges and their needs before jumping right into your personal self-gain, offer to help, share knowledge. This adds value, builds trust, which can lead to future opportunities. An example of that is maybe you're talking to somebody that's having an issue with their code or, can't figure out a certain problem. Sit down with them, talk about your experience, what's worked for you, and that really will resonate with them and they'll remember that and it'll go a long way. It's not a best practice to come to conferences with the goal of quote unquote pitching yourself or your business or whatever reason that you may be here specifically for, unless you're a paid sponsor and you have one of these amazing booths out there. It comes off as almost disrespectful to the community and also the event sponsor themselves. If you're focusing on listening and adding value, you'll organically be able to pitch yourself, and an individual will ask you questions about who you are, what you're doing, what you're looking for. So my biggest thing is be a person. It's not about the pitch. It's being mindful and being kind. Like I just said, meaningful connections, they take time. Leveraging mentor-mentee relationships. A mentor in cybersecurity space, really any skill set, is going to be by far one of the most influential and significant network connections that you can have. These are individuals in the industry you work that can give you advice and guidance based on real-world experience. A mentor will not only open doors for opportunities for professional growth, they can also help give you exposure to new ideas, new skills, and strategies that you may not have come up with on your own. It's someone who can really be a sounding board throughout your career. How do you find the right mentor? Finding someone you admire in your industry, follow along within their career, whether that's on LinkedIn, whether that's somebody you meet at an event, whether that's somebody you meet speaking on a panel or on a stage. You really just have to figure out how to approach them and build that connection. It typically doesn't organically happen. You may have to ask if they'd be open to a mentorship. Good people in the industry, I can guarantee you, would love the opportunity to be a mentor. They typically love what they do, and they'll relish the opportunity to, quote unquote, pass on the legacy or teach the ways. It's flattering and an honor at the end of the day. I also want to note that this scenario does not have to be a formal setup. It can be shadowing somebody, getting feedback on your work, asking questions. Just ensure that you are being mindful of your mentor's time. You have a clear personal goals, you're communicative, you celebrate successes together, and don't be afraid to ask for questions or advice when needed. Also keep in mind that it isn't just beneficial for the mentee, it's also beneficial for the mentor. Collaboration and knowledge exchange are invaluable. For example, maybe a junior engineer may have experience with the brand new tech stack that just came out, versus the mentor has years of industry experience with connections. A mentee can help teach the technology, and the mentor can help with paving a career path. I'm standing on this stage here today because I have a wonderful mentor who is Kirsten Renner, who is amazing at what she does. She's running the hiring ground today, and it's amazing to learn from people within your specific industry. So any opportunity you have to do that, I definitely highly recommend it. All right, maintaining long-term networking relationships, because now I've said it a few times, building relationships takes time. Maintaining long-term networking relationships are the key to successful networking in general. You do not typically come full circle right away. They require building and nurturing. Follow-up and consistency is rule number one. Regularly check in with your network. Don't let relationships go stale. Share interesting insights or updates that might be of interest to your network. Celebrate your wins, whether that's a certification, whether that's, you got a degree or whatever that might be. Celebrate your wins. That's one of the best things you could possibly do. And help when possible, reinforcing the value of your relationship. Take the time to meet up. The gentleman that spoke before me, he definitely touched on this, but having FaceTime goes a long way. It keeps the relationship alive, whether that's in person or online, virtually, and in digital engagement. Coffee meetings, love them. They're great. It just adds a personal touch and shows that you care and you want to make time for the individual. Last, offer help. If someone in your network has helped you, offer your assistance in return, whether that's sharing your expertise, making introductions, or providing resources. Practical networking tips. Be authentic. People like you for you. So if you're genuine and not just a corporate version of yourself, it goes a long way. It's the quirky side of you that is going to really resonate with somebody. When you're passionate about something, it shows, and people will recognize that. Quality over quantity is imperative. While many connections are nice to have, it only takes one strong relationship to make an impact on your future. Stay updated. The tech space is always changing. Keep up to date with trends and insights so that you're cutting edge and you have something that will give value back to the community as well. And be patient. I've already mentioned, it doesn't come full circle right away. So take your time, meet some great people, get out there, shake hands, and you never know how it will impact you. The summary of this is networking is about building relationships, not just job hunting. Leverage both an online and offline presence for opportunities to connect with others in your field. Approach networking with the goal of adding value, not just seeking opportunities. Mentorship can be a game changer. You just have to find the right mentor. And final thoughts, cybersecurity professionals who invest in networking will not only find job opportunities, but will also build a strong support system for continuous growth. And that's all I got today. Yep, volunteering is huge.
I volunteered for the Physical Security Village last year at Jeff Club, and got to work with a lot of people from different parts of the industry, and got to go to dinner with him, and talk shop.
Yeah.
It was a really great opportunity. Along with that, speaking, if you could speak.
Yeah.
It was recorded, it gets on YouTube or
That is great. He's saying that getting involved in the community, whether that's volunteering at an event or speaking, it really helps get your name out there and also helps you get engaged with the community from that perspective as well. Thank you for that. Yep. Anybody else? Okay. Well, I'll go ahead.
Can you give an example of what a follow-up after an networking event would look like?
Yeah. So let's say you did capture the flag, right? Just hypothetically. Be like, hey, his question was, what is a good follow-up connection request message? So I would say something like, hey, my name's John Smith. We met at B-Sides. We both did capture the flag together. We were on the same team. I'd really like to connect and further the conversations that we started, right? Because then it makes them remember where they met you, what kind of activity or what kind of conversation you had, and it really just kind of brings it full circle. Yeah, I'm not a salesperson. I'm not trying to sell you anything, I promise. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Can you give an example of what a good elevator pitch looks like?
Yeah, so it'd be, yeah. So her question was, what is a good elevator pitch? So I think, and what is an example of one? It really just kind of here, I'll give you my elevator pitch. Hi, my name is Heather Morris. I've been within the talent acquisition GovCon space for about a decade. I am here and I'm looking to network and build my connections and really grow from individuals within the community. I'm open to any kind of opportunities that would help get my personal brand exposure, and also any way that I can support and impact the community. I think people will ask you, right? Like, I don't think you lead with your elevator pitch, but it's when you're going around and you're shaking hands and people go, hey, what's your story? What are you about? That's when you'd kind of bring that up. Go ahead.
Heather, I'm going to do a reminder.
Oh, sorry, Kirsten has a reminder.
Just real quick, we keep doing Q&A, but before anybody leaves, I just want to do a reminder for anybody who doesn't know. We are doing resume reviews and career coaching today, starting at 12. This will run all the way until Ricky's interactive talk at 2. Then we're doing it again at 4, and then we're having a networking mixer at 5. So, and then we repeat mix tomorrow. All right here.
Go ahead. So her question was, is it ever too direct to kind of just get out there and say, this is what I'm here for? Did I understand that question correctly? I don't think so, right? If they open the avenue for you to say, hey, like, this is really what I want, I think that that's completely fair. But like this gentleman says, we don't want to ever come off like, hey, I'm here giving a sales pitch, right? You want to be a person. You want people to approach you in that way of like, hey, how can I help you? You're smart. It seems like you can be impactful in the space. So yeah. Yeah, be normal. Be you. Yeah. All right. I'll be around if anybody has any additional stuff. I'll also be doing resume reviews, and I will be part of the mixer later. So I hope to connect with you guys. Bye.
better to do it from behind. If you
Test.
stand in the back, he's walking around, and you're taking pictures of people this way. If anyone's face ends up in the picture, you have to make them aware of it. Okay? All right. Without further ado, I've been really looking forward to this. The one and only Ricky Burke is going to take it to a whole new level, and this is an interactive talk. So, I'm judging you. You have to sing. You don't. And I want you to interact, and I want you to talk to him and get his wisdom, and I'll be running the mic. So, take it away.
Thank you. This is not working, right? Or it is? Can you hear it at the back? All right, cool. So no pressure. Thank you. So who knows what this is? Might be a dumb question for some people, but others maybe not so aware. So we know what this is? And who has a profile on this platform? All right, so most people. Just out of interest, if you don't mind, hands up who doesn't. Okay, couple. So it's an interesting thing. All right, so you have profiles. Have you ever actually looked at the reason why this platform exists? If you look, who would? So this is, if you look at the LinkedIn mission statement and then their vision, this is basically what it says. It's really dark. Is there anything we can do for the lighting at all? I guess not. Test. Okay, now that's working properly. So do I have to hold this? All right, so just out of interest, is there anything we can do for the screen at all? It's quite dark. It's okay if not. I'll just see if it's my screen. No, okay. So, create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. What does that actually mean? So, LinkedIn is a jobs board. It's a jobs platform. It's how the company originated. It masquerades as a business social media platform. The reality is it's all about jobs. But the thing is, if you can't get a job off this platform, quite frankly, what's the point? And that's what it's about. So if you feel like this, where's Waldo? In other parts of the world, we call this where's Wally? Just out of interest, so those people on LinkedIn, who finds it helpful in terms of getting a job? Raise your hand. Okay, cool. And I just want to flip this, because we said it's interactive. Who finds it not so helpful for getting a job? 50-50. Whoa. Are we okay with this, or is it a bit too scary? All right. So welcome to Jesus. That's dark. Do you know what? Maybe we can have the lights on. I'm sorry to be a diva. Oh, do you mind just... It's only about 45 minutes long. Is that okay? Let's stick the lights on. It's okay. Watch. Okay, just blind me. All right, so why are we doing this talk? My name's Ricky Burke. I am not from around here. I'm from the UK originally, living in Australia for the last 11 years nearly. I run a cybersecurity recruitment company. That was better with the lights off, wasn't it? Can we turn them? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, it's fine. We'll make it work. Do any of us? There's a talk in that.
Are you saying I'm not going to get a job as a licensed?
I think you're doing okay with what you are doing. Oh! Get this man a job. Okay, so I run a cybersecurity recruitment firm. We help companies hire people. I've been doing this for a bloody long time. I'm very lucky to be involved in the security community in doing lots of stuff like this here in the US. Here today, I'm running a career development program at Black Hat later this week, and do a whole bunch of stuff in Australia as well. So I like to think I know what I'm doing in terms of giving advice to people. And then if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, please feel free to do so. I do actively share advice, not just jobs. So now we're going to get interactive, not just with the lights, but with the audience. So out of interest, how do recruiters work? Shout out if you like. We don't need to be formal here. Okay. Recruiters get a job and try and match it to a person. Okay. Yes. Like, it's really simple, but then it's very hard. So for context, you have different types of recruiters out there. I'm an agency recruiter. So I get paid by my customers to help them hire people. We have amazing people like Kirsten who work internally for companies in talent acquisition and HR, where they help their companies hire for themselves. Two different types of roles trying to fulfill the same purpose. And then there's different approaches to recruiting. So you have, as you might be aware, job advertisements, which is where you fill in this lovely link, you get sent to a black hole, and then you never hear from someone again. Or you get recruiters that approach you. Now the thing is, going back to Oswaldo and what this is about, is what's the point being on LinkedIn if you can't be found? For me, yes, there's the benefit of you can network with people, but ultimately you want to be found for different reasons. Yes, there's the job of today, tomorrow. But what about the future, in terms of future opportunities, in terms of networking, meeting people here? The easier you are to be found, the better it is for your career. And the sort of rule that I go by is the more people who know what you are, the more things will come to you, the more opportunities. And those opportunities can look so different. So how do recruiters find people? I've jumped the gun here, but essentially, there's a little hint at the beginning, LinkedIn. Every recruiter uses LinkedIn. And have a guess how many hours a day, we're going to put Kirsten on the spot, how many hours a day do you put on LinkedIn? Let's guess, first of all. Anyone? There's massive prizes they're giving away as well. 12 hours a day? Maybe not. 4 hours. 5. By the way, there's no prizes, I was joking. How many hours a day would you spend on LinkedIn?
It's nonstop. It's every second of the day. I'm just literally nonstop.
Now, from a HR perspective, I can't say 12 hours because of legal rights and stuff. But the reality is, yeah, like as recruiters, we live on LinkedIn. It's fucking sad, to be honest with you. It's got so bad for me personally. I've ignored every other social media, and I live on LinkedIn. I don't want to do social outside of LinkedIn now, just because ultimately I spend a lot of hours on there. And to be really truthful, if it wasn't for LinkedIn, my business and myself would not be in the position we are today without LinkedIn, which is really weird to say out loud. But in terms of the business that we do, the customers that we have, the people that approach us, again, it's those numbers of the more people that know who you are, the more things will come to you. But we want to help you get found. So, I want to be interactive. I'm going to jump up here. I didn't want to stand up here because I feel like it divides me and yourselves, but I need my laptop. So, I want to play a game. Right. Are people comfortable with me asking who's looking for a job, or who's open to a job at least? Okay, that's a no. Only joking. Okay, so if we're going to say you're open to a job or looking for a job, what type of job do you want? Shout out some names. GRC. Why would you do that? I'm joking. I actually once spoke to a pen tester who said, I'd rather put a shotgun in my mouth than working GRC. However, let's be honest, and although I do have a preference to the more technical roles, I feel like GRC is the bedrock of cybersecurity, because without the policies, without the frameworks that drives all the technical work that those vendors and all the other people do in terms of the tools and the people using the tools, I don't think we'd have as much security. So, fair play. All right, so you said GRC. I'll be honest with you, GRC is a little bit of a weird one to look for. I'm going to go for another technical role. Who wants to shout out? Pen testing and? Junior. Okay, that's a really broad term. Let's go pen tester because you were louder, and then we might get on to security engineer next. Pen tester. Okay. So we're going to do a live demo and hope it works. Hopefully my internet hasn't crapped out. So I needed to make sure my tabs were closed. All right, so we're going to get on to LinkedIn Recruiter. Has anyone seen or used LinkedIn Recruiter before that's not in HR? Okay, so I can take you down this dark web of the murky world of where recruiters live. All right, so sir, if you don't mind me asking, which location for a pen testing role?
Okay, I'll give you remote. Can I do that, or do I have to actually get the job?
Okay, I'm going to jump ahead and just spoiler alert.
Southern California.
Southern California. Okay. Is that where you actually live, or are you just randomly naming a state?
Maybe.
That doesn't help me with my exercise here. So,
Yeah,
all right. Only because I want to reverse engineer the situation, see if we can find you.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right, sweet. Okay, so we can all see this clearly. So thank you for dimming the lights, because now we can actually see it properly. So, all right, location. You said Southern California. I don't think we can search Southern California. We're just... Oh, okay. And which street did you say again? I'm joking. Don't answer. All right, Los Angeles. All right, oh no, not county. Hang on. Let's just go... So this is where the Where's Waldo thing comes into it. Essentially, we're looking for the person. All right, so now we're basically playing the game of the horrible shoes you're going to be in. We're going to be a recruiter for the next 5-10 minutes. Why would you want to do that? Okay, so just a simple 11 million people to try and get through. Now what? So what search terms do you think we should use if we're looking for a pen tester in the Los Angeles area? Pen tester. Okay. So which job title should we go for? Pen tester? So job titles. Let's go formal and put penetration tester. Red team, okay. So red team. CH have really muddied that word for me. Ethical hacker. They've ruined it. No offense. Okay, so red team, not T, team. This is hard. Give me a break. Okay, red team. So by the way, I'm doing, in the recruitment language, we call this Boolean searching. Other terminology or variations is, I don't know, X-ray searches or whatever, but basically recruiters say Boolean. Right, so we got red team, or someone said OSCP, and ethical, oh man, that word. Okay, ethical hacking. Are we happy with that? It's a start, okay. I was just testing. I'm glad someone's paying attention. You'll get the prize. All right, OSCP. It's all right. The caps doesn't matter. All right, so 127 people. So now we get to not just look at people, we're going to do some constructive feedback as well. I apologize if anyone is in the room that I give constructive feedback to. So we're going to, just as a question out of interest, how long do you think a recruiter would look through a person's profile?
15 seconds. Less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. I'd say 15, 30 seconds, which sounds pretty shit. Here's the way that I would work, and maybe people have other opinions. So you look at this list of, what was it, 127 people, before that was 200 odd. Essentially, I want to skim through these profiles just to then shortlist people that I want to spend more time with. So essentially, I might shortlist 5, 10, 20, 50 people, put them over there, and then I'll go back and then try and contact these people. I'll reach out via direct messages, emails. If I have their contact details, I'll call them or email them. But essentially, I'm just looking to, if you imagine like a Kanban board is like just move through the sort of flow of shortlisting and moving forward. So we're going to jump on this guy's actual LinkedIn profile because we're going to do some, constructive feedback at the same time. Now, what do we think initially about this profile?
Lack of detail on job roles.
Yeah, there's that. We don't need to go more experiences. He's got licenses and certifications, got a few projects, key skills, 45, there's a lot there. Would we rate this as a good profile or, let's say, good, bad, average? What would we say? Okay. You had a question.
Do you guys actually care about the symbols?
I care about the ones I care about.
I never fell into the question.
Sorry? The question was about filling in the skills. So do we care? I said I care about the ones I care about. So do I care about, in this context, WordPress? Couldn't give a shit. Do I care about shell scripting and web application security and penetration testing? Yes, I do. So it's about what's relevant. But let's just jump back to Ryan's profile. I think it's a pretty decent profile. Look, we all have room for improvement. There's some funky stuff you could do with a banner here just for aesthetics or visual purposes. He's got a nice friendly picture. He makes it very obvious. OSCP, he does have CEH. In some places that might count against him, which is interesting. So I can't speak for here or certain places, but in Australia, I know a lot of pen testing managers that if they saw CEH, they would basically disregard that person. Not because it's shit, no comment, but more because the person lacks the understanding of what the rest of the industry or community thinks of a certification like that. So having context awareness, I think, is really helpful. But it's got some certs, so you can see this guy actually does it. He does mention ethical hacking. He does have offensive countermeasures in there. There's some other stuff in there too. So essentially, there's a lot of information there that he is someone very easily, I would go, yes, I want to speak to this person. So I would then shortlist him and he'll go into my list of people to contact. There was a mention of there was a lack of stuff here. Areas of improvement, yes, he could do that. He could put some stuff in there about what he does. Like, is he still a pen tester or is he doing some other stuff? We spoke about the vagueness of security engineer. Security engineer title could mean so many different things. Is it AppSec? Is it CloudSec? Is it DevSecOps? Is it whatever? There's like 10, 15 different things it could be as a security engineer. Interesting, had a stint application security engineer. Again, was it like proper AppSec or was it more code review, working with devs or whatever it may be? But again, I like the profile. He got found. That's a good thing. There's a reason why he was number one on that list. Next person. Okay, so we've got some stuff there. We've got a brief intro, relatively active with some comments. Job penetration tester there, so it's quite obvious what he does. And then we check out the skills. Not much in terms of certification. Okay, 38 skills. First, when you got pen testing and red teaming early on there. What do we think of this one? Good, bad, average? Average to good. I'm curious. Those that said average, what do you think could be better? The certs. You like certs? You care about certs?
Depends on the cert. Yeah.
Okay, good responses. Yeah, it does depend on the cert. I couldn't care less personally about certifications. I couldn't care less about degrees, university, and stuff like that. Ultimately, companies are hiring people because of their experience, their ability to solve specific problems. If you can't solve that problem, then quite frankly, you're not very useful. Question?
What do you think about the About section, and is it important to humanize yourself at all and show other interests, or should it specifically be, this is what I do and this is why you should hire me?
Okay. Did we hear the question? It was, what was the thoughts on the About section? What do you think about the About section?
On his specific,
In general?
I think it's important to humanize yourself to some extent, but also show relevance. I think the About section is where you humanize yourself and be like, look, I'm a real dude that enjoys doing things outside of work.
Yeah?
But also, this is like how I don't know, I've got a little bit about how I transitioned into section.
Cool.
But I think it's important.
Yeah, I think the About section's important because it gives you an opportunity to add some context. Ultimately, companies are hiring humans, not robots. And if you can describe... Got some live messaging there going on. I'm not going to open it because I don't know what it's going to say. But I think the About section is really helpful. Look, there are some people out there who they're known in the industry. They're a known quantity. If you're not that, then you need every competitive advantage you can grab. So you think about your resume. LinkedIn is your online resume. So when you have that bit at the top that you should have, if you don't have it already, the summary part or the intro profile bit, this is your chance to tell the viewer who you are, what you're about, and basically what you bring to the table.
So you concentrated on experience, which I agree with. What happens when you don't have experience? How do you overcome that?
Okay.
What if like you're a new grad?
Go on. It's a
I'm
good
sorry.
question.
Can you hear me? Okay. So you mentioned experience. What happens, what would you suggest for someone coming into the industry who has no experience, maybe a recent university grad?
Okay. Who's in that position? New to the industry, no experience. Okay.
I have 700. No problem.
You're screwed.
I know. But I have
So-
job security.
But there's things you can do. The fact that you're here is amazing. Now I'm curious, if you don't mind, raise your hand if you've got a LinkedIn profile. And obviously you're here today, so you can do that. Okay. Keep your hand up if you have posted on LinkedIn that you are at B-Sides today. Look around you.
Security people.
Yes, but for those people that need a job, you need as much help as you can get. And the picture doesn't have to be out there because if you take a photo, you'll get told off. But it can literally be a photo of the B-Sides logo. It could be of a presenter that doesn't mind social media. Hi. It could be anything, just to basically demonstrate you're at a place like this. So this isn't part of the talk, but this is also just to give you general advice. When you go to something like this separates you from those people that are not here. So when you need something, like a job, you need everything going for you. So your opportunity is you're here. The fact that you're here, you've spent money, time to be here is amazing. So for those people that are trying to get in, fantastic. It's an amazing opportunity to actually meet people, although it's quite scary when you don't know anyone. And I do mean that. Like I was talking to Dee about it the other day. Like I find it intimidating going to a place I don't know anyone, and it's like it's a little bit easier. If I'm honest with you, I can go to an event in Australia and people just come and talk to me because they see stuff on social media, so people feel comfortable. But if I have to rock up to an event like this, no one knows me and I don't know them, how the hell do you start engagement? And that's where just small things like a post or here or there, connecting with people, an actual engagement strategy of trying to build relationships is really helpful. If you can be brave enough, just general advice is, like it's already gone lunchtime, but you've got this afternoon, you've got a couple more days if you're still here, is try and set some small goals. So in the morning, or let's say this afternoon, try and speak to 2 people and just start with open questions. don't rock up to a table full of 10 dudes and just go, hey, like no one's going to do that. But if you're standing, like you spot someone on their own, they're on their own. If you spot someone in a queue for drinks or coffee or whatever it may be, just ask or the person behind or in front of you open questions. How's the day? What brings you here? Just see where it flows. You never know where it takes you. I literally know people that have met their partner at places like this, and a shitload of people have got their jobs through these sort of events. And if you have local community stuff as well, like you think of it as sort of small wins. The more things you go to, the more times you meet people. The more you meet them, the more they get to know you. The more they get to know you, they're like, oh, that person's cool. Like, I know what they're up to. I think they could be a good fit for our team. And I can promise you, you'll have more chance of getting a job that way than applying for a job with online where you're one of 500 or 1,000 people applying for the job. If you can get someone to give you a warm intro to their boss, like, that's halfway there. Obviously, you need to do well in the interview, but the fact is, if you keep showing up, and that's the thing, like, if you're trying to break into this space, it's hard, really, really hard. But when you are here and other people are not, like if you imagine you're at university and your, whatever you want to call them, colleagues and, whatever, your peers, if they're not here when you are, you win. Keep doing that stuff. When you post on LinkedIn, you're at this event, that event, share some ideas. It's all just building for a much bigger goal. So, Brennan, I think not a bad profile. We spoke about the back section. I think it's really important because, again, it gives context to the human. If you're transitioning from one industry to another, talk about it. Explain what you're doing. If you see my profile, and I'll jump onto it in a bit, you'll see that I'm talking about all the events and the stuff that I do because, quite frankly, it adds credibility. So if I mention I'm at B-Sides or I mention I'm at Black Hat, someone who knows those things be like, that's cool. Like, that's my sort of person. As opposed to they have no idea. So you've missed an opportunity if you've not done those things in the past. In the future, do a post today, whether it's X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days, or other social media platforms. Again, it just adds to your credibility. But the interesting thing is, just an observation, by the way, and I'm just seeing Brennan here. Brennan comments. But where's his posts? There's no posts. And if you, like, I've done this research because I've run training programs on this for people. And it's really interesting observation because when you go looking at other people's profiles, you realize hardly anybody posts. So it's not that hard to actually stand out and give yourself a voice because most people, quite frankly, are a bit nervous. I can't, do you mind? Sorry, I can't hear.
So I was going to say with regards to the posting as well, like in the past I did that several, I would do that a decent amount for.
I'm sorry, it's really quiet.
Sorry, can you hear me now? I mean, I just don't want it to be too loud. So in the past I've like posted a decent amount. It's just you get this sense when you look at the feeds that it turns almost into what Facebook's become in terms of like, so should you be kind of selective with your posting so it's not spamming almost? Like what's the best, from your guys' point of view as recruiters, how do you get a sweet spot so it's not annoying to you, I guess?
I don't really think it matters, if I'm honest with you. Look, whether we like it or not, LinkedIn have flipped the script in terms of it is social media, but the engine behind it is a jobs platform. So, look, if you post stuff, people don't like it, so be it. If you post stuff, people like it, then good for you. So I didn't, look, there's a fine line of posting too much. If you're posting 10 times a day, you're just going to annoy people. But the reality is you're not going to post that because who the hell can think of 10 posts a day on LinkedIn? So if it's more like 1, 2, 5 times a week, awesome. And also LinkedIn, weirdly enough, doesn't like you posting too much, opposed to something like TikTok, where you're pretty much, it doesn't matter how much you post, every post is sort of individual in terms of its engagement. LinkedIn, and I've been penalized for this, if you post more than once in 24 hours, at least I can tell by my history, I don't know about the future, the next post did not go so well. So again, you've got to sort of spread out the post as well. Was there a question?
Yeah, so I wanted to go back to the first profile where you had mentioned you would pass over a profile that listed a certification that they may not be aware that the rest of the industry doesn't value as much. Unfortunately, like the U.S. government values those certs that the rest of the industry doesn't, and so for folks that are like getting out of the military and they don't care if they're getting a job in the government or in the civilian sector, what advice would you give them to kind of find that balance to be seen on both sides?
I think I heard the question. Sorry, it's a bit quiet, and I've got the aircon is quite loud. So you talk about the certifications and the general consensus, but sometimes you need these things to get jobs. Ultimately, you do what you need to do to get a job. So depending on what the employer or type of employer you want to work for is looking for, quite frankly, it doesn't matter what other people are looking for. So if you want to work in government needs certain criteria, then you meet the criteria. If you want a different type of job, then you need to understand what that employer or that recruiter is basically looking for. So it is case by case, if that makes sense. Does that help at all? Go on, let's go deeper if you like, for clarity.
No, I have a lot of friends in the military still, and when they get out, they ask for advice, and they don't really, care if they get a job on the government side or if they get a job in the civilian sector, but they have all those certs that the civilian sector doesn't really value, so you get the best chance of being seen by both sides.
And that sort of goes to the thing of same as like entry-level people, and I heard this earlier from someone, and I don't mean any offense by this or anything that I say, but the person was speaking to somebody else, and I heard them say, I'm just looking to get my foot in the door. No one cares. Like, it's wrong to say that, but ultimately, that's not their problem. Basically, you get employed to solve problems. And if someone sees you as someone who can solve the problems, they will employ you. If you can't solve problems, they won't employ you. So again, it comes down to what is the criteria of what they're looking for to identify that you're someone who can solve problems. So there might be, again, if you've got pretend 10 certifications or training and it's spread across 5 different areas of security, my thought is, well, what the hell is this person like? What are their interests? Because in reality, most companies are not hiring someone who's a one-person security team. They're hiring them to come in and do application security, penetration testing, GRC, security architecture. These are specific skill sets that have then obviously certifications and training and experience associated with that area. So my advice is think about the job that you want and work backwards from there. Hope that helps. Awesome. All right. So again, I think a pretty good profile with this person. Again, they came up second in my search. Now, let's see if we can find our friend sitting in the 1, 2, 3, 4th, 5th row over there. Out of interest, do you think we're going to find you?
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, that was poor. This whole exercise is redundant.
Oh, I apologize.
Why would we not find you?
Because I've been retired for about 8 years.
I said it's people looking for a job.
I'm sorry.
Okay, can we just go back 15 minutes?
I apologize.
I'm joking, it's fine. The idea being, it's about being found. If you haven't got the right information, you won't get found. So there's a lot of people on LinkedIn. LinkedIn likes to tell you there's over 1 billion people on LinkedIn these days. It's going to get harder and harder to stand out in some ways. Easier and easier in other ways. Most people in this space are not posting anything. So there's an easy way to sort of stand out, quite frankly. But this is the thing, if I'm looking for a pen tester, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I would add to these keywords. Different terminology, different things. Depending on what my specific needs were, I would go a bit deeper. If I'm looking for someone who's maybe a bit more AppSec focused and maybe who's looking to do some code reviews or code scanning and stuff like that, I would put words in like that. But the thing is, the results are only as good as the information we put on our profiles. So if the information's not there in the first place, we're not getting found. All right, I think the demo went okay. Didn't get the results I was hoping for. How are we doing for time? We're running out.
I mean, frankly, after this is just resume reviews and career coaching. So if people are still interested in doing this, I'm happy to let you keep going.
Okay.
unless I get in trouble.
We could just
so-
roll with the Q&A as well.
Yep.
Um,
1 second.
I'm sorry, my friend, Q&A's not finished yet or started yet. I'm only joking. Go on.
Thanks. So, quick question: does LinkedIn Premium make a difference to you for hiring? If you're looking to hire someone,
Is LinkedIn...
can you? Does LinkedIn Premium make a difference if you hire someone? Or is
yeah.
that absolutely no difference?
Massive. Oh, sorry. Okay. Does it make a difference in terms of me seeing you? But I think it makes a lot of sense to have LinkedIn Premium, even if it's just for your searching time frame for the next job. You get it free for a month, I believe, and then maybe have it for another month or two if you need it. Ultimately, what it does is LinkedIn is not just about having an online CV, but then you have the ability to be proactive. You can actually do stuff in terms of helping you be more active on the platform, build relationships, and so you can sort of build a targeted audience of the type of people you want to network with, learn from, and also try and maybe get jobs with as well. So I would definitely use LinkedIn Premium for a period of time. By the way, I don't work for LinkedIn. I'm not being paid for this presentation. I wish I was.
By the way, I lied. There's a 3 o'clock talk.
3 o'clock
So
talk.
I completely lied.
That's okay. We can go to like 2:55 maybe.
Yeah.
All right. So, what do we think makes a good profile? Experience. Sorry? Detail. Yes.
Keywords that can be easily optimized for SEO.
Can we just get, this is basically the talk in one sentence.
Keywords that can be easily searched by recruiters, i.e. SEO, for your LinkedIn profile.
You've basically stolen my last slide. Yes.
Well done.
My advice is ask yourself 3 questions. Do you want to be found on LinkedIn? Some people don't. Some people like to go under the radar and they don't want a new job, need a new job, and that's okay. But if you do, what do you want to be known for? So do you want to be known for pen testing, GRC? Do you want to be known for something else? Ultimately, the information you put on there is what you'll get associated by. And this is the other thing with LinkedIn as well, is what you put out there, you get branded by. So an example of that is I share a lot of stuff on the platform to help people basically get jobs in the industry, land themselves a new position. But I'm not that person in terms of I'm not the one who's helping graduates or transitioners get their first job in the industry. I just see a massive, quite frankly, problem, and people need help, advice, and support. So if I can give them guidance to help themselves, I want to do that. But what's interesting, I speak to some people and they think I'm the guy who does that. In terms of I will help you land a job. I can't. I don't get those jobs. Companies pay me good money to hire the ones they can't hire. So yeah, what you put out there, you'll get branded by as well. So bear that in mind. So again, that's a good thing. If you keep putting out, again, you want to be a GRC person, you keep putting out stuff around frameworks, policies, communicating with stakeholders, you'll get known for that. So think about it. Oops, question. On the back of this, just a raise of hands, who's going to make some changes to the LinkedIn profile? How good's that? Okay. You're being pointed at, by the way. You're being told to make changes. I'm curious, what changes does he need to make?
No, he started posting in
Ah.
the middle of your talk. That's not my profile.
You started posting. Congrats. People can be quite apprehensive with that. So if you can get over it, good on you.
Already driven engagement.
I'd say connect with me, but I can't. I've tapped out at LinkedIn's limit, which is 30,000 connections. But feel free to follow me, and I will keep giving this and tips and advice where I can. And not just for entry-level people, but for people that want to get into leadership roles, people that are in leadership roles. Like, the really interesting thing is, I'd say the 2 hardest jobs in the industry is getting your first one and then also getting leadership roles. There are so many leaders struggling to get a new position. And the reason is, it's like a pyramid. The higher up you go, the less there are at that period, at that spot in the pyramid. And the competition is fierce. This is where, quite frankly, having a LinkedIn profile, having a quote-unquote brand, as cheesy as it sounds, people knowing who you are, what you stand for, is so impactful for your career. So if you make those changes, again, be specific. Don't be that person, I just want to get my foot in the door. Think about it from the other perspective. The job that I want, what do they want to see? What problems are they expecting me to solve? And that goes for your resume as well. So many resumes are shit. I'm sorry, but they're useless. I see thousands and thousands and thousands of CVs a year. And the thing is, everybody, or a lot of people, especially experienced people, some of the worst. Because what happens is people have their resume that's been open for many, many years. And then they want a new job or need a new job. So they update their resume. So they simply bulk on to their existing CV. And now we have a 5, 7, 10-page resume, which no one's going to read. Kirsten, how long would you spend, do you mind me asking, how long do you spend on a resume?
5 seconds.
Okay,
Is
5
how
seconds.
long you have to compel me to continue to read.
That's it. And that's it. There was a stat a few years back, I think on Indeed, and it was 7 seconds. I've used that slide before, but 5 seconds, that's a new record. But ultimately, you will spend a lot more time on the ones that you think make sense. The reality is time is precious. We saw that first search, and it was in, would have been the millions, then the thousands, and then we narrow it down to the hundreds. If we don't have time to spend 2 minutes, 5 minutes on each profile to look at every little detail and think, oh, did they mean this or did they mean that? No, you need to be very specific about your intentions, and those people that are essentially thinking like that will find it a lot easier to land what they want. I think that's me in terms of official presentation. Yes, let's do some questions.
How do you
Got 10 minutes, I think.
How do you balance keeping it short with adding all those keywords for your
Sorry,
SEO? How do you balance keeping it short with all those keywords for your SEO?
I wouldn't worry about keeping it short.
Oh, but I mean, you said, but not 5 or 7
Oh,
pages.
do you mean your resume?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another thing as well. So, question for the audience. My Q&A to you now. What are the most important skills in cybersecurity? Learning? Networking. Which one?
Oh, no, networking.
Okay.
Networking.
Critical thinking? Storytelling? Sorry? Nailed it. That's one of the, again, this is my bias, so like, what I say is not definitive, but in my opinion, there's 2 things. Communication is one of them. The other is the ability to influence. Now, if you think about a job, whether it's the pen tester, GRC, something else, you are working in a business. You are working with other humans. Now, even as a hacker, where your job is basically to hack shit, you still have to produce a report for someone else to read, and then the idea is you find some vulns, they read the report, and then they make some fixes. If you can't communicate in a report to the development team in terms of what changes need to be made, why it's important, then what happens? You could be the best hacker in the world, but if you can't influence the changes in terms of remediation, then you've failed. You could be an average pen tester, amazing communicator, and you influence more change. So that's the pen tester, which is one of the more technical roles in the industry. Obviously, there's the other end of the spectrum. There's other roles that are closer to the business, but the reality is every role is connected to the business, and you've got to influence someone else to make some sort of changes. So if you can demonstrate the ability to communicate, and that's where, in terms of resume, without even knowing it or realizing it, the ability to communicate succinctly, precisely in your resume is another selling point. It shows that, hey, this person actually gets it. They can be concise with their communication skills and get their point across in a small window. So it's a challenge, but I know CISOs.
Candygram.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh,
You forgot that speaker request, did you?
I was joking.
I know.
Jesus. Okay. Thank you.
It doesn't have the brown ones, right?
Just blue.
You were non-specific as to what shade or variety of blue, so you got a bunch of different ones, but they're all blue.
Oh my god. Okay. I know what's for dinner tonight. Amazing. Wow. Okay. Cool. I've been thrown there. So, okay. Now I'm struggling to communicate on the topic of communication. But ultimately, if you can be concise with your communication in a document, which is basically your marketing material, that's all a resume is. It's you marketing yourself to a new job. Essentially, you're trying to influence the recruiter, the HR person, the hiring manager, for them to want to meet you for an interview. That's the job of the resume. And I know so many CISOs that have 1- and 2-page resumes, and if they've got 15, 20 plus years experience and they can do that, then someone with 2 or 4 years experience, I think, can manage that as well. Another question? I'll go to you. I'll grab the mic. Have the mic. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, does the open to work or open to work for recruiters thing on LinkedIn do anything, or does it actually hurt you?
Okay, so does the open to work banner help or hinder you? That's a really interesting one, and I don't have a definitive answer because it depends on the individual. Some people have some bias to that, and other people not. Look, I think you need everything going for you. You can do things on LinkedIn like you're open to work anyway, and then recruiters that have LinkedIn Recruiter can see that. But look, if you need a job, you need a job. The most important thing is you can demonstrate what value you bring to an organization. So personally, I don't care. Like, people's circumstances are not always in their control. So if you've been laid off, you've been laid off. Like, it doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It just means bad timing with an organization. So I would use it, but the thing is, as always, we're dealing with humans, and humans will always have different opinions. But look, use what you've got, in my opinion. The more important thing is those keywords, and then how you communicate on your profile is my general advice. I'll go down the end.
So just one other thing, kind of to follow up on so you have the resume and being succinct, absolutely. With the LinkedIn profile, I've heard it both ways. Like, you want to be as verbose, as pretty verbose. Should you try to take a similar tact, especially I'm coming from some experience related to the industry, but some outside as well. How do you make it so that we're not wasting your time? Because again, you have 15 seconds or so maybe. Should you go succinct in there, kind of like a resume, just not as extreme, or what do you suggest?
Oh, did you want to answer? You get to the point, but then I think if you can elaborate with an example or two, that's helpful. Ultimately, it's about outcomes. And that's the same thing for your resume. Like, this is not a resume session, but I can't help but talking about it because I always see areas of improvement. So if you think about it, like a lot of people's LinkedIn or their resumes, they will basically look like a job description in terms of they just copy and paste a bunch of stuff that their job entails, rather than talking about the underlying thing of the problems that they've solved. If you can, again, it comes down to communication. Rather than, like, let's say, like the pen tester example, like there's some of the worst CVs that I get because it literally just say web applications, infrastructure. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, that's what you're hacking. But what did you actually do? What was the impact of your findings? And when people can say they did this and the outcome was this and it links back to the business, then you go from here to up here. So again, communication.
Three-part. I did X that achieved Y for Z percentage or money or whatever that actually gives a number that's like, oh.
Yes. If you can put metrics and stuff like that on your resume or LinkedIn, again, you're elevating yourself to a very small percentage of people globally that actually think like that. So again, elevate your thinking so other people can see that. 2 minutes. One more question.
Can you speak to the importance of tailoring your resume, your cover letter to each posting? And
Hang on a second, sorry.
can you speak to the importance of tailoring your resume and or cover letter for each posting? And also if it is detrimental in any way to use AI to assist with that process and expediting it?
Really good question. So I've got about, 60 seconds? Okay, so I think, in my opinion, and look, I say this as someone who's not in your shoes, so it's hard. I've not had to apply for a job in a long time. I run my own business. But I try and think about it the way I would approach it. So you have a standard resume, and then you tailor it slightly depending on the job you're applying for. There'll be a different opinion. I'd love to hear your opinion about cover letters. Okay. Cover letters, small ones. So a cover letter, and some people say, oh, that's outdated, that's too traditional, whatever. The thing is, competitive advantage. If they read it, great. If they don't, so be it. If you can explain, if someone sent you a CV, cover letter, explained why they would like to work for your business and the role they've applied for and how they're relevant for it, what would you say? Or what would your feedback be?
Just want to clarify what I meant by 5 seconds. It is the amount of time that I'm going to spend giving you a chance to compel me to continue. You can do that in one sentence. It's not a cover letter. You're not putting it in an envelope, right? But you're saying, hey, I noticed this, and I would like to do that, right? And that's almost a direct quote from the advice that he's giving on his site on a regular basis, right? So it's not a cover letter, but it is a statement that compels us to keep going, if that makes sense.
It was sort of, you're giving yourself a warm intro. But if someone, and again, I don't speak for myself, but if someone, or think about it yourself, if you're an employer, you're a hiring manager, and someone basically says, I want to work for your team or your business, and these are the reasons why, and the job I'm applying for, I've solved these problems before, and here's some examples, I think that's more compelling than trying to guess. But ultimately, you don't need like a new CV every single time, because if you're applying for 100 jobs over a period of time, then you don't have the time for that. But I think there's a lot of people that go, oh, but I've applied for hundreds of jobs and not getting anywhere. Okay, but what jobs did you apply for? They applied for a variety of roles. It's not specific enough. Like if they know they want to be a pen tester and they're applying for pen testing jobs, fine. But if they're applying for, like there's a guy that I coached and he won't make these bloody changes, even though I've said it so many times. On his profile, LinkedIn, it talks about GRC and it talks about security operations, like a SOC analyst. They're not the same. Yet he won't make the changes. Like, which one do you want to be? Because you're not going to work in a job where in the morning you're a SOC analyst, in the afternoon you're doing PCI DSS assessments. Like, so you need to be specific, if that makes sense. I think that was the last question. Thank you, everyone. And if anyone wants, I'm going to hang around for the next hour or so for resume review, so is that okay to take a table? Or not? Or do you have enough?
So we have at 3 o'clock, and then resume reviews.
My bad. Okay.
No, I'm the one who thought that.
Okay, ignore me.
Nicole Beckwith is partnered with her partner in crime, Jake Lors, are here to give us some perspectives and wisdom called Craps, Clout, and Career Chaos.
Thanks, all.
Let's see, just, okay, you guys can hear us, right?
Test, test.
Test, okay. So, good afternoon, or, you know, if you go by the Gambling Vegas slides, I guess maybe I could say good luck. Welcome to our presentation on the career side of things called Craps, Clout, and Career Chaos, the game that they forgot to explain. My name is Jake Lors. I've been in the IT and cyber industry going over 25 years now. I started off on a technical help desk and then worked my way up the ladder. Now I'm currently a CISO for a large Fortune 500 corporation, and I've been CISO a couple times over at this point. I'm really happy today to be with my friend and industry peer, Nicole Beckwith.
Hey, everybody. Nice to be here today. Nicole Beckwith, I've been in the industry a lot longer than I like to admit sometimes, right? So for those of you who are nerds and have been around a while, to put it into perspective, my first computer was a Tandy 1000 from Radio Shack, so we'll just leave it there, right? Right, yeah. If you know what Tandy is or Radio Shack, you're in the right spot. We're not going to talk about corporate buzzwords or talk about the latest zero-day exploit today. So what we're here to talk to you about is, you know, something that's a lot more chaotic, right? Your cybersecurity career. So we're going to walk through some personal stories of ours, dig into some tips and some tricks that we wish that we would have known before we got to this point in our career.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this particular session, as Nicole said, it's not on the technical side of things. It's got to be more on the soft skills side of things. So, like, if you've ever felt that your career is a bit stuck, if you're ever tired of the long hours of jumping around from fire to fire, putting out this dumpster fire or that dumpster fire, but more importantly, you feel like you're not being seen, that's really what this session is about.
Yeah, so we both navigated the unpredictable waters of, you know, security operations. We've fought the battles in the boardroom. And now we really just want to give our opinions and advice to you all. So, we're going to share our wins, our losses, and we've all had those days where you just throw your hands in the air and say, what the heck just happened, right? So we're going to talk through some of that.
And definitely also interested at the end of the presentation, we'll take some questions, but interested in your perspective. See if some of these things kind of hit home, resonate with you. I will be just completely transparent about it. These slides were generated by Gen AI. Although they're fun and fantastic, there are definitely spelling mistakes. Yes, we're aware. We were going to take some low pops and throw them out to people that actually reference the spelling mistakes, but they're out there. So, but anyhow, we're here to have some fun. Let's go ahead and kick off.
Yep, so the first lesson we want to talk through is speak human, not jargon. So this is one that we've all, witnessed. We've probably done ourselves, right? I used to pride myself on the ability to explain concepts, deep dive into the technical using 16 different acronyms, referencing a MITRE attack framework or some threat matrix, right? But then I would get the blank stares back at me like, what the heck are you talking about? And it wasn't until I was a little bit later in my career that I realized that perfectly explained, or what I thought was being perfectly explained, was not perfectly understood by my audience. I was just, throwing stuff out there expecting that people were going to understand what I was talking about.
And there's a reason that this slide is kind of the first in the presentation, and that is because it is key. It's a fundamental key to everything that you do in your career. You have to make sure that you are understood depending on who your audience is. If the board can't understand what you're trying to tell them as a cybersecurity leader, they're not going to fund you. So I can walk into a senior leadership meeting, I can walk into an audit committee or a board of directors meeting and throw out 3-letter acronyms or 4-letter acronyms. I can start talking about multi-factor authentication or MDR, MFA, start talking about TPRM. But if I don't explain that TPRM means third-party risk management, but more importantly, I don't explain from a business context what third-party risk management is and how important that is to the organization, my leaders, the board, they won't fund my program.
Yeah, and if you're not funded, your security program isn't going to move forward, right? So the lesson here is clear is better than clever. You really have to understand your audience, whether it's an industry peer, whether it's the C-suite, you need to know where their technical abilities lie, right? And as Jake said, even if they are technical, you still need to understand and explain the what and the why so that they understand what you're talking about. So, really knowing your audience is key here. So going into the next lesson, we're going to talk about showing your work strategically. So I remember early on in my career, I would send out, these exhaustive reports. I thought I was being incredibly detailed. I would, have these charts and graphs and send out a 47-slide deck where I would, work tirelessly on for days. And I thought that I was really excited about this report, right? And I thought that everybody was going to see how much work I had put into this project and they were going to see the return on investment that I had provided. But again, I wasn't getting the feedback, so I wasn't getting emails back. I wasn't getting the excitement. I was excited about this, but didn't understand why others weren't excited about this, right? So from my perspective, it was just frustrating to me to not get that back.
Yeah, and I actually meant to ask a question to kind of start off this session, but a quick show of hands, like who is on the individual contributor side of the house, and then who's kind of more on the leadership management side of the house? Okay, we can kind of tailor our presentation around either side, but it looks like we have a good mix of both. On the leadership side, when somebody sends me a 10-page report or they send me a 47-point slide deck presentation, I know a lot of effort went into that, but candidly, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to go through all 47 slides. I mean, it has to be extremely, extremely important for me to take the time to do that. And it's not because I don't value the effort and the work that went into that. It's just I don't have that amount of time in order to consume the point, right? So what I learned early on, as I'm trying to communicate something that's important upwards, I might write a 10-page report. There might be an incident that requires a 10-page report, but I'm going to start off that report with a maximum 1-page executive summary. Even better, if I can condense it down into 2 paragraphs, that's a win. A critical component of the career path for me was learning that I needed to be good and be better at summarization. So when I'm talking with my audit committee or I'm talking with my senior leadership team, there are really 3 things that I only ever need to convey. What is the issue at hand? Why is that important to them? And then what do I need from them? Am I seeking more funding? Do I need them to make a decision point or something? Or is this more for just awareness? I might give them that 10, 15, 50-page report on the back end that says, hey, if you're super interested, here are all the details, dig into it. But as long as I can convey that up front, give them that, what we call the bluff, the bottom line up front, I'm going to make sure that I get their buy-in more easily and that my message is easily understood and easily consumed.
Yeah, so one of the pivotal points in my career in learning this lesson was, I had put together one of those long reports, and when I was preparing to present to our executive leadership, the person that I was working with was like, no, this is not going to work. We need like 2 paragraphs tops. Well, I had like 14 pages, right? It was a big project and all the different budgets and line items and why we needed it was all in there. And he threw up Copilot and threw my entire document into Copilot, and it summarized it in like 2 paragraphs. And I'm like, there is no way it conveyed everything in this document in those 2 paragraphs, right? And so I was a little disappointed. But what I realized was those 2 paragraphs really is all an executive needs to make that decision, or it should be, right? It's all the other stuff behind it that maybe if they want to dig into later, they can.
Yeah, I mean, the lesson here that we have on the screen is that visibility doesn't equal verbosity. And I think what we're trying to convey here is that we understand that there are times within the career where you're just not getting that feedback from your senior leadership team, even though you're putting an extreme amount of effort into it. Take a moment to kind of self-reflect and say, am I giving my leadership too much information to the point where maybe they don't understand the technical details and I could be a little bit more concise in what I'm trying to give them?
So the next lesson we want to talk about is bring solutions, not problems. So again, there were times early in my career where I thought I was being really helpful, right? And I would bring some problem that I had found or some gap or issue to my leadership, and I would basically throw it on their desk and say, here's a problem, and I expected them to magically fix it, right? Like I was just going to walk off, it was their problem now, I had said what I needed to say, and just moved on. But now being a leader myself and having people do that to me, I realized I was probably being incredibly annoying and wasn't offering a whole lot of assistance to my leadership.
Yeah, I think this is a point that probably everyone in the room has already heard of at some point in their career. We don't need more problems, but we definitely need more of those individuals that are out there trying to find a solution for the problems that they're the ones to identify. Sure, leaders need to be aware of the problems, but we don't want to be kind of put on notice to fix the problems. That's where we're really looking for those solutionizers, so to speak. And solutions are sometimes rare, as the lesson says here. You know, to identify the individuals in the organization that will take the initiative to solve those problems, we need people that are going to help us. You know, you need to be able to stand up, find the solution, help your leaders so that they don't have to make a decision. We all have a lot of problems. We all have a lot of daily tasks that we're jumping from. We're multitasking like crazy. I don't need another problem dumped onto my desk.
So you're expecting your team to be empowered enough to give you a solution, right?
Yeah, and that actually dovetails nicely into our next slide. Yeah, so don't wait for permission to lead. I think that in my experience throughout my career, a lot of the people on my teams didn't realize, and that's probably on me, the level of empowerment that they had. We're looking again for people to find the solutions, and typically it's going to be that person that doesn't even have the title, but has that natural ability to be just a natural leader. The type of person that others will look up to.
Yeah, so quick story for myself. There was a moment where I was trying to provide return on investment for building a threat intelligence team. We had been sending out, executive summaries and notices to senior leaders, and we were getting good buy-in there, right? But we really needed to prove ourselves more. And it just so happened that during the Russia-Ukraine, the start of that war, I knew and the team knew that we were going to be asked to provide value and a summary on, one, what was happening, what the impact was going to be for the company, and we would probably be asked to give that in the next day, right? So we stayed up overnight. We created this beautiful report. We gave the bluff, the bottom line up front, right, the summary. And sure enough, it wasn't even 8 o'clock. We were going to send it out 8 a.m. the next morning. I was already getting pinged at like 6 a.m. by senior leaders asking like, hey, can you give us a summary on this? Luckily, we had already come up with that, right? And so that was probably the key catalyst for the team on building our what is now threat intelligence team that I happened to lead.
Yeah, so because Nicole took the lead, she identified that there was a need. She stood up the team behind her to satisfy that need. Now she's in a position where she's actually leading that threat intelligence team. And that's also a key point or a key takeaway from this slide. When I'm looking, if I have a new or an open position and I'm looking to fill that with the leader, I'm not going to promote the individual contributor that hasn't just stood up without being prompted to, without being tapped on the shoulder. If they stood up and they took the initiative to actually do the work and take the lead on something, they're the ones that are going to be shortlisted for that next role.
So Jake, if you had two options, you're a CISO, and you had, one person who brought, from the previous slide, brought you 10 problems, and then you have another individual that brought you problem, solution, and you see them take the initiative, which one are you going to promote?
Yeah, so I think there's two answers to that particular question, but I didn't ask this question. Is there anybody in the room that has an internal audit team? Okay, so you all probably work mostly for public companies. Is there anybody in the room that works for internal audit? Okay, then I will tamper this response. Our internal audit partners, and I will call them that because there is a definite need, tend to bring us a lot of problems. They're helping to identify those technical controls that aren't working exactly quite right. So if I had somebody on my team that was bringing me problems all day and not solutions, I would probably identify that person as a high performer for an internal audit team that's not on my team. But if I identify somebody that's really taking the lead to find a solution to my problems, those are the ones that I'm going to promote.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So I skipped a slide. There we go. All right, so next lesson, and this is a big one, and one that we have to continually remind ourselves over and over. You need to learn the business and the risk, not just the tech. So for me, early on, as an individual contributor, and even now in leadership, especially in cybersecurity, we tend to be really focused on mitigating risk, right? there's a CVE that comes out, there's a problem, you want to fix that problem, right? And we're really myopic on, good versus bad, and we want to mitigate that risk. So, being on the operations side, think about incident response or think about the CVEs or vulnerability management that comes out, right? If there's a CVE classified as a 9 or a 10, you really want to mitigate that risk. Your first response is, we need to go patch this system, right? But what we don't think about oftentimes is how that's going to impact the company. Is it going to affect operations? If we have to take systems offline to patch that, how is it going to impact the company overall? Is it going to cost revenue? Is it going to cost engineering hours and time? So really learning the risk behind the technology and partnering with those other teams and the business is really key here.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many different ways that we could go with this particular slide, but I think it comes down to this. Cybersecurity is a business function, right? In order to be a business enabler, you as individuals, we as cyber individuals, cyber practitioners, cyber leaders, we need to understand what our business is first. If you work for a public company, the easiest way you can do that is to go out to the SEC and read your company's 10K filing. That will tell you what market you're in, who your customers are, how you service those customers, and how your company generates revenue. Again, understanding that cyber is a business function, you want to understand that cybersecurity risk is just one component, one small slice of that overall business risk pie, enterprise risk pie. And the cyber risk to your business leaders probably is nowhere near as important as, say, what's the latest acquisition that we're trying to go for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving on, we're going to pivot a little bit in our concepts here. On the next few slides, the title of this one is To Be Coachable and Not Defensive. So I was super guilty of this early in my career, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Whenever somebody would give me a compliment as a feedback early in my career, I thought they were kind of patronizing, right? And then whenever somebody would criticize and give that constructive criticism, I took it as a personal attack. I thought I was the best, I knew everything, but again, we had some Dunning-Kruger kind of going on at that point. It wasn't until I had a leader tell me, hey, listen to what I'm trying to tell you, not the actual words that are coming out of my mouth. It wasn't until I got my ego out of the way, so to speak, that I was able to take constructive feedback, that I was able to actually personally grow from it.
Yeah, so if you're not able to take that constructive feedback, you're not able to grow, is essentially what Jake's saying here. And as a leader, if I'm coaching somebody over and over again and I'm realizing that they're not taking that feedback and they're not trying to adapt and change, at some point I'm just going to stop giving feedback, right? Because our time is too valuable to waste on somebody that's not going to take that and try and learn and grow from it. On the flip side, so for me personally, and my boss is in the room today, I ask every one-on-one for him to give me constructive feedback, right? And sometimes he has something, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes I get the same feedback over and over again, which is my key to, hey, you didn't listen the first time, maybe you need to hear this again, right? So for that feedback, and it goes both ways too. Like, you can take feedback, but it's also good to give feedback to your leadership as well. So the lesson here is feedback is a gift and growth starts where ego ends. And it really is about getting your ego out of the way. None of us like to hear feedback, right? Sometimes, like Jake said, you take it personally or you're just misunderstanding the intent. As leaders, we are taught to give you feedback. We're taught to ask those leading questions. So a lot of times if your leadership is giving you a leading question or asking you in a different way, they really are trying to help you grow. And I know it's a novel concept, but we really do want to see you succeed, right?
Yeah, great points.
So this ties into the next lesson, and this is one that's near and dear to my heart, and one that, I have to work on consistently, we all do, which is build allies, not just a network. So for me, whenever I start a new team or go into a new company, my first focus is on understanding the network, internally, externally, who are my partners, who do I need to work with. Some of the first teams that I partner with are going to be legal, HR, our internal audit team, our compliance team, right? Those are the teams that you really need day in and day out to help you do your job. And then secondly, focusing on building a network is great, but understanding building allies is even better. So within those contacts in that network, you want to identify key individuals that you want to take out to coffee or to lunch, or you really want to focus on that trust and that partnership at a higher level than just a connection.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well known at this point that the importance of networking, like I was late to the game to try to build a network, but I definitely had those roles where I found it was a lot easier if I had cross-functional allies that were kind of more horizontal in my organization, that I was able to get things done. I was able to be more successful. One anecdote of this, in a role a couple jobs back, I worked for a shared services umbrella organization that was over these 13 rank 1 multi-billion-dollar organizations in their own right. They all had their cyber teams, they all had their IT teams, they all had their operations teams. But my role at the shared services was to say, hey, as an example, we want to replace all of our Cisco firewalls with Palo Alto firewalls. So that meant that I had to convince 13 CISOs that it was a great idea to do it, secure idea, convince 13 CIOs to somehow pay for it, and then work with dozens or even hundreds of country and local managers to make it happen. It took a long time to figure out that that wasn't actually my job. My job became a lot simpler once I figured out I needed to make friends with 3 of the CISOs and convince them that it was a good idea, so that when they went and sat down and had dinner with the other 10 CISOs, they could be my advocate. They could help me succeed on whatever that initiative was. I didn't need 13 CIOs to agree to buy in on it. Let me get 2. Let them sit down over some type of board meeting and be like, hey, Jake's trying to push this initiative that's coming top down. I didn't really want to do it. If I can get those 2 to agree on it, there's a little table crosstalk that starts happening, then they start buying in. That made my job a lot easier and made burnout less likely.
Yeah, so I want to push on that topic of building your network with your peers. We tend to focus on going upwards, right, and building our allies upwards. But at the end of the day, the folks that are in the foxhole with you and are really building those projects and doing the work are your industry peers and peers across your company. So building that network is also key, and we tend to neglect those relationships quite a bit.
When you come into an organization, right, it's very quickly to easily identify who you have some common ground with. Who is basically an ally out the gate, right? As you say, the people in the foxhole, but I always like to say, these are my ride or die folks. Those are the ones that the relationships are easy, but it's the ones that maybe you have some just like natural conflict with, the ones that you don't get along super well with in the beginning. Those are the ones where you need to establish and nurture a relationship. That, to your point earlier, maybe invite them out for coffee, take them out for lunch, try and find out what their family or kid situation is about, trying to find that common ground. Once you're able to do that, and you can start building the allies.
Yep. And speaking of battles and foxholes, so choose your battles and know when to fold. Trust me, I have picked the wrong hill to die on more times than I'm willing to admit to. Early on in my career, it was one of those things, and we've all done it, right, where we think that our cause or our issue or our project is the most important project. And so when we go to leadership and we're trying to get buy-in, we are pushing, we're trying to succeed, right? But we forget, often painfully, and find this in painful lessons, that we're harming those relationships as we go, and we're killing political capital. And a little bit of a spoiler alert here, neither of those grow on trees, right? You have to work on your relationships and your trust, and you have to earn that political capital. And it's kind of like PTO days. You build it over the year, and then it's gone before you know it, right? And you can spend it really quickly.
I really like on this slide how there's a little call out that says energy is currency. That's definitely can't be any more true than that. Some fights just simply aren't worth the political capital or the energy you have to expend to win. In my scenario earlier where I was talking about the 13 CISOs and 13 CIOs, I would wake up in the morning, I'd put my suit on, and I knew that I was going to fight for whatever this initiative was for the next 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours going into the evening. I would think of that suit in the morning as kind of like my battle suit, my battle armor, and it was exhausting, right? After a period of years, it almost led to burnout. That's why, to go back a slide, the relationships are so important. There are times when, that fight is necessary. Like, that initiative has to be won, and you have to go toe-to-toe with somebody that doesn't necessarily agree with you. You got to win them over. There are other times when it's a bit cliche to say, but you don't really need to sweat the small stuff. there are a lot of small problems that if they're not your top priority, you put them over into this corner, they normally don't bubble back up. Like they somehow automatically solve themselves. Like I don't have to actually worry about it. It's being able to understand and identify what are the big ones that are actually needle movers that I want to invest my time, I want to burn a little bit of my political capital in, I want to waste a lot of my energy on. Those are the important ones.
So Jake, you're a CISO. What happens if all of your direct reports come to you and they believe that their problem is the best problem or the biggest problem? What do you do in that situation?
So I think it's every leader's opportunity to acknowledge whoever's coming to them with a problem that, yeah, we understand that that problem is important to you then. That problem is like probably your number one initiative, number one issue. But I try to take some time to show them at least maybe more complete, fuller picture of all the other problems that the team is dealing with, that the company is dealing with, and help them understand that that's just a little slice of everything.
So showing them the bigger picture, some education, some feedback there, right? And
Yep.
making sure that they understand the bigger umbrella. And this, for you, if you are coming to your leader with an issue and you think that your battle is the biggest, this is also an opportunity for you, right? If your leadership says, like, hey, this isn't the most important issue, we have 3 issues that are our top priority for this quarter or this, sprint, that's your chance to say, hey, that's great. These are great opportunities. How do I get plugged into those, and how can my team help, right? All right. So going on to the next story, this one, again, near and dear to my heart. Bet on yourself. Show of hands, how many people in here have ever had imposter syndrome or thought that they weren't good enough? Yeah, exactly. We've all been there. So one of the things that I like to reference during this slide is think about that job posting that you saw that you really wanted, right? And you looked at all the skills and the qualifications and you're like, oof, man, I might have 30% or 50% or 70% of those. And you think to yourself, I'm not good enough, I'm not going to apply for this role or this position. In reality, you are good enough and you probably have more than enough qualifications. So for me, on one example, it was exactly that. I wanted this job really badly. Looked at the job posting, I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna get this. Maybe I was 70% qualified, if that. But I decided to take a chance on myself, to bet on myself. I applied for the role and I ended up getting it anyway. So you have to take that leap of faith.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like 70% I think is a little bit high, but I think that's kind of the guidance that you're going to get from some of your career counselors and your job headhunters, that type of thing. But I've never had 100% confidence that I was going to get the role. I've never been 70% qualified in any role that I've ever tried to achieve. In fact, early on in my career, I identified this role that was open that I wanted to apply for, but I figured I was probably only about 50% there. I had a friend of mine, a colleague, a peer of mine at the time say, well, go ahead and apply. I'm like, but I won't get it. They're like, I won't succeed. And he's like, well, Jake, look at yourself. You've been successful in everything that you've ever tried before, and you've always been uncomfortable on that first day of the new job because you weren't sure that you were going to succeed. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that if I get this role, I know that I'm going to do everything. I'm going to move heaven and earth to make sure that I'm successful in that role. So if you believe in yourself, if you understand that you are good enough, you will likely, hopefully, get the role.
Yeah, so Jake, you're a CISO. I'm a senior manager. We both are uncomfortable in a lot of situations. Are you comfortable speaking on this stage right now?
Yeah, obviously you can tell that was a loaded question. I'm not comfortable speaking on the stage. But the reason that I do it is because at some point well, let me start over. The reason that I do it is I've recognized that's a personal deficiency and I want to get better at it, right? But at some point down the road, I want to speak at a larger conference, perhaps maybe even do a keynote somewhere someday. So in order to do that, I put myself out there in front of all kinds of audiences. I'm talking all the time. I'm leading panel sessions. I'm hosting dinners. I'm trying to get out there to get more comfortable because I believe that I can, right? And I know that I'm going to succeed in that.
Yeah, and it's a little cliche, but you hear the saying, be comfortable with being uncomfortable, and that's so true. I speak all the time, but every time before I get on the stage, I get butterflies. I have butterflies on the stage, right? We all second guess ourselves and have that imposter syndrome, but that's okay. It's okay to have that, and it's okay to continue to do the things that make you uncomfortable. And as the lesson says here, growth happens outside your comfort zone. So, test yourself. It's the best way to grow.
If you take on a new job and you're 50% qualified for it, you have the imposter syndrome. You're 70% qualified for it, you have that imposter syndrome. It's going to be a lot, right? It's going to be a lot in the beginning. You're going to have new people that you're meeting, new parts of a program that you're building, new processes, new technology that you're unfamiliar with, and it's going to be a lot. You have to understand that you have to be uncomfortable. You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. But it's only going to be a lot until it isn't. There will be some random Tuesday when all of a sudden you wake up and you're like, yeah, this job is easy. I've got this nailed. You're at that 100% comfort level. That's when you need to be like, okay, what's next? What else can I do? You've reached that period in life where you're like, okay, maybe it's time to jump on to volunteer for something else.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so this leads us into our next lesson.
Yeah, which is don't just survive, build something that lasts. There's a small spelling issue on this one. But the point being is that as you're progressing through your career, if you're in a leadership role as well, and you've built a program, you've built the processes, you've built the team, but you can't take a day of PTO without the whole thing crashing down, you haven't actually built anything. You haven't built that team, you haven't built that program, you've built a trap for your organization.
Yeah, so I used to be that hero. I used to be the one that would jump in and volunteer for everything that got thrown my way. I wanted to be the person that solved the problems. But what I realized really quickly was I was stressed, I was overworked, and I was getting burnout really quickly. So I wasn't building a sustainable system, right? I was building a reliance on myself. And it sounds backwards, but the whole point in building a high-performing team is so they need you less. You want your team to be able to get those wins without you. And it may feel good in the moment to solve those problems, but I can tell you what feels even better is seeing your team get those wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's also cliche to say, but you want to work yourself out of a job, right? I want to move up at some point. I want to be comfortable that I'm going to have somebody from my team that's willing to step in and is able to step in and succeed. But beyond that, I think there's sometimes a perception among cyber leaders where they want their leadership to understand how valuable they are, so they're kind of comfortable, like, boss, I have to be there, I have to be involved, otherwise it's not going to go well. And from my seat, I see that as like, no, you're failing and I'm failing, that allowing you to fail. Like, you need to be able to step away and your program should last. And if you've done that, then I know that you're a good leader. You've taught your team the right things. They can respond without you being there.
Yeah, and learning to delegate tasks, right? So, being as hands-off on the keyboard as humanly possible, right? And delegating those tasks to your team. You want your team to be able to solve those problems so that you can focus on the larger strategy while they're focused on the technical and day-to-day operations.
I remember my first role without admin credentials, and that was a hurtful day. That one hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. So, the lesson here is sustainability trumps martyrdom. And, you really need to focus on the processes and the people and the technology behind, what you do so that you can build a legacy. Your legacy in cybersecurity isn't about what you accomplished, but about how you enabled other people to accomplish things. And leaving the organization stronger, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, and then our final slide of the afternoon here is you have to acknowledge that you need to be willing to play the long game. A cyber career, let's say you start in GRC, you're probably not going to retire while you're in GRC, hopefully not. Hopefully you have that internal passion to want to learn as much as possible because IT and cybersecurity, they're both careers that require lifelong learning. It takes a passion within you to be able to do that. You might get some quick wins like you see up on the slide there, but those quick wins are low-hanging fruit to what should be a really long and well-established career.
Yeah, so playing the long game takes patience, right? And it takes intention. So all of the lessons that we've talked about today, they don't come overnight. You have to work at them, and that's okay. You have to think past the promotion. You have to think past the next incident response to be able to see that larger picture, and that's how you play the game that they forgot to explain. All right, so with that.
So yeah, we're almost done. We've covered a lot of ground today. We talked a little bit more about the soft skills side of things, how you need to be able to get good at summarizing important events, break it down to those 3 things, like what's the issue at hand, what do I want people to know, what do I need from them.
Yeah. So with this, like I said, playing the long game takes patience. We've obviously covered a lot of stuff here today, and we want you to remember that your career growth isn't just about your technical prowess. It's really about those relationships and that political capital and the communication and the influence that you might have, internal and external. We are going to answer questions now, so I know you're going to walk around with a mic. We will be around for the resume reviews afterwards as well, and we'll stick around if you have questions that you don't want to ask on the mic.
Okay. Is this thing working? Okay. Okay. Oh, God, I'm usually pretty loud. So you mentioned something I thought was kind of interesting about if you're trying to apply for a role and maybe you only cover like 70 or 50 or 70% of the qualifications, you should do it anyway. But of course, there's always what I hear from other career counselors is like, no, you need to match up 100%, otherwise they're not going to even look at your resume. And you guys are saying, well, because I tend to trust you because you're the ones actually doing the hiring, as opposed to somebody who's just like a consultant trying to tell us lowly engineers how to get our make our next step. So I just wanted to point that out.
I appreciate that, and I think you're right. They probably have an agenda, but if you can get past the ATS, that applicant tracking system that says that I need to match 100% up on the qualifications, then from my seat as a hiring manager, hiring executive, I'm not looking for that unicorn that matches up 100% completely. I'm looking for somebody that can match a lot of the qualifications, but also has that passion that can convey a story of why they want to do the role.
Yeah, same. So when I'm looking to hire, I'm not looking for the person that has 100% of the skills, because listen, what we do is not rocket science, right? I can teach anything to anybody. So as long as you have that drive and the desire to learn, that's what I'm looking for more so than anything else.
Any other questions?
All right. Well, thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.